The camera's out of focus.
Yeah, no,
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities Committee meeting here for Tuesday, June the 16th, starting with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Additions and adoption of the agenda. We are going to have a couple of changes to the agenda here this morning. We're not going to be doing the presentation here this morning for the Rocky View Regional Handy Bus, so we're going to remove agenda item 11.1.1. So other than that, looking to administration, are there other recommended additions or deletions from the agenda? Seeing none, council. Are there any other additions or removals from the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee approve the June 16, 2026 Governments and Priority Committee meeting agenda as amended. Remove agenda item 11.1.1 Rocky View Regional Handy Bus Update.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Starting off our morning here with council recognitions and announcement, we have a exciting presentation coming today. This is a check presentation from the Lakeside Preservation Society. And so I'm not sure who or is everybody, how about y'all just come? Oh no, we're just sending Brent. I saw the indication. Wow, there's now pointing. You're now getting pointed at from the back row of like you're going. That's awesome. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, and good morning, members of council and staff. Great pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Lakeside Greens Preservation Society. I have other members of our board here with us today, and let me just introduce them if I could. Darby King-Malott, Lindsay McCarricher, and Joe Samuelenick. And absent with regrets are Alan Malott, who decided that attending Game 6 in Vegas Sunday night was more important. I'm not sure why, but... And Timmy Reed, who had a work call in this morning, and Joanne Lemna, who's touring the world and missing a council meeting. If you believe all. Anyway, great pleasure. Again, on behalf of the Preservation Society, thank you so much for all the work you guys have done, and ladies, with respect to the golf course and the startup and everything. And we thought at the beginning of the year it would just be maybe a notable thing to try and help a little bit, and we ran a little bit of a fundraiser, and we raised some money to help defray some of those initial costs you have. So we're proud that today we have a check for you in the amount of $3,000 that we're going to turn over to you. And we had talked about maybe committing it to that starter shed that is so badly needed there, and we're happy to do it. So thank you very much.
For those that may not be as golf inclined as others, what's a starter's shed?
Well, there's people that stand out there on the first tee that keep everybody scheduled, and then for the last, since about 1991, they've been standing out there in all kinds of bad weather conditions at times, and sometimes in overheated conditions, and they need some shelter. And previously, it just didn't get done. So
they're not always employees; they're often volunteers.
Yes, awesome. Yes, it's a good point.
I think if the board members want to talk, they got to come with you up to the mic.
Oh yeah. Anyway, so we have the check. And
that was an invitation, not a scold. That was an invitation. I was inviting you.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Anyway, so yes, that's where it's at. So you want to be donate this to you. Can we get maybe a photo of?
Yeah, so the plan is what we're going to do is council's going to come down. I believe that our communications team has put together a big check
Yes.
for a big check type ceremony type piece. So I'm going to turn it over to our in-house expert on this who takes care of all of our photos and is always sure to use a skinny lens when taking photos of me. So I'm going to turn it over to our comms team. And Inder, where would you like council to, he's pointing down in front. So we're going to come down in front and Inder will take over here for a minute and get us a photo with the check and then perhaps connect with our comms team for the story for afterwards.
Yep.
So we can get that story out on our social media platforms.
Thanks.
I know.
Some people in the back.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I waited until they left to say nice things about them. If I could take a minute, I just wanted to say gratitude for myself as well. I'm so impressed with that group and so impressed that they continue to go above and beyond, not only to advocate, to also give back to the community. As a fundraiser, whenever somebody wants to give money for a good cause, I just think that's an amazing thing. And I just can't stress enough how impressed I have been by the Preservation Society and their willingness to put their time and their money and their heart into the things that matter to them in the community. And my gratitude.
Absolutely. Big believer in grassroots projects and people coming forward. And I think that this is a group that we've seen a lot of grassroots advocacy, which led to the city now purchasing and owning the golf course and now figuring out steps moving forward. So huge thank to them and for the work that they do at that grassroots level. Speaking of the golf course, also want to make mention here during our council recognitions about the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Tournament that happened last Friday in cooperation with the food bank. All the money raised this year is going towards the food bank. I'm excited to have the announcement come out that the amount that we raised was, well, we don't entirely know yet because we are just finalizing all the expenses and everything that goes along with that. Huge shout out to our administration team, in particular Miss Charity Potter, our executive assistant, who put in a incredible amount of work organizing this year's golf tournament. So huge thank you to her, and huge thank you to the food bank for the work that they did in cooperation with us in promoting and then participating in the food bank, in the golf tournament. There was lots of great door prizes that were handed out at the end. And overall, the feedback that I have received from those who participated was that it was a very positive experience. We had, it was sold out. And lots of great hole sponsors. Unfortunately, the weather didn't really help us out. It was the wind was a little chilly, but thankfully it didn't rain. But hopefully next year we can. I think we've gotten progressively worse on the weather each year. I think is the only thing we're getting progressive. So I'm a little worried. Is it like going to snow next year? Right? I just spoke it out loud. But I did want to acknowledge the golf tournament, and what will happen is I would anticipate that at the GAP meeting in July, we'll have all the information, possibly before that, but certainly for the GAP meeting in July. We're looking to administration if we anticipate that by July GAP meeting, that we'll have all the numbers from the golf tournament and be able to do that as part of the announcement. Do we think that that's reasonable? I see nodding. So great. Awesome. So yeah, just wanted to make acknowledgement of the golf tournament and what happened there. Okay, so moving now to public input session. We do have two people that have signed up for public input. So the way our public input works, just as a reminder, is that for a governance and priorities committee meeting, people have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes on an issue that relates to an overall community question or concern or compliment. And it does not have to be something that is directly on the agenda, whereas at a regular meeting of council, it would have to be an item that is directly on the agenda. So first signed up here for public input is Fred. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor Dean, councilors, Mr. Edney. I was able to attend the open house on last Wednesday regarding, of course, the TRR and the CRR. There were some interesting boards put out. I was only able to speak to two of the councilors. I was going to try to get a hold of you, but you kind of disappeared. Like, I didn't get a chance to get to you between talking to everybody else and whatever. The one thing that I'd like to put forward is with the TRR and the CR, nobody has produced any financial data on the revenues that can be gained by the city and how they're going to be gained by the city through OSLs and the difference between CR, which is restrictive, and TR, which is a transition continuation. So I'm hoping to be able to set up meetings with certain people with our committee to be able to sit down and bring a report to you people on what we see as financial revenues available to the city and the difference between CR and TRR. And I want to stress again that CR is restrictive. It stops at 1 acre, and there's a lot of acreage out there that needs to be developed and a lot of money that can be generated and realized by the city to be used in projects like putting up a tent at the golf course for the starters. So anyways, I also want to say that last week's council meeting, I tried to get in by phone and it kept kicking me over to the line is busy and not available, and I never got in. And you had called the phone lines to be closed. So, and I know that there was problems with Zook and Gary getting through on the phone line, so that should maybe be looked at as well. So anyways, thanks for listening to me, and hopefully we can get together in the near future to discuss things. So thanks.
Yeah, I do believe that, it is next Tuesday at our regular meeting of council that TRR and CR are coming as part of the conversation. That's either coming on that's either coming next Tuesday or it's coming before the end of June. So I do know that it's on one of the agendas here before the end of June that we will be further addressing those issues. And as for the phone lines, have made note of that, and administration can follow up with regards to the phone lines for our public hearings. The next one I have is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and members of the council and the CEO through the administration through the CEO. My name is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. I'm a resident of Chestermere. Just wanted to give you a feedback on a few points that's happened in the last few weeks. We as the public take great time to do some research and bring in some facts in front of you and during the public input sessions or any opportunity we get. We're feeling that our inputs are not being considered into the decision making. It may have been, but the perception is it's not being viewed as that. And it's just the decisions that come out of it, they appear to be that it's dictatorial in a way that this is the way it is and that's the way we're going to proceed. So it kind of takes away from us trying to improve our city with the inputs that we have and the experiences we have. And so you as members of council are better educated in terms of direction from what the public wants in our city. Call system, again, there was issues there last week. I tried to call in, and unfortunately I was patched into the in favor section versus the against the there, but I took note that you made that proper call. I appreciate it, but it's just the system is, it doesn't filter, and when you're trying to call in, you got a whole spiel of listening into which extension you got to go through and all that. It's not feasible for that. Maybe I can suggest that maybe we can do a Teams chat or something. People can input into the chat their public against the public hearings. So that might be a solution that maybe the city want to consider. Offsite levies, there needs to be a solution in terms of figuring out a tiered payment plan for the small acreage owners. As I'm sure you heard input into the public session we had last week. There's a lot of interest in developing. There's also a lot of interest in keeping both the CR and the TRR on the books. People see growth and opportunity for our city as well as the landowners in keeping those and fine-tuning to the needs of everyone. But there's overwhelming support for both of them, I believe. And at the same time, I think there's solutions to be had. It's just we have to find it. We just have to get the right people, right questions asked. And maybe, like Mr. Delure said earlier, maybe we need a committee of public input and staff and maybe members of council to kind of come up with solutions, see, hey, what works? And it's not that we're against not paying any offsite levies. We do see the value in it and what the need is for. But it's just that let's make it so it's feasible for everyone and doable. And part of the solution that came up in the public input was maybe we can administer the tiered system through like you guys did the code for the taxation for the acreages. Maybe something along those lines. I may not have all the answers on it, but I'm just suggesting that there's a solution out there that maybe we just need to figure out by talking through it. And that's all I got to say at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think one of the ongoing challenges with the acreages, absolutely, there is a lot of support for development. There's also a lot of support for no development, and the interesting piece about that is that those two neighbors live right beside each other, and I think that adds to the complexity of this issue of you have one person that wants to do a bigger development and you have one person that wants to see zero change at all. And I think that is certainly something we've continued to hear about this. And so again, I would say that council administration is listening, but because there's a disagreement doesn't mean we're not listening. And because we make a decision that maybe is against what has been suggested, doesn't mean that we're not listening. It does mean that we certainly have to take in the whole picture into account when it comes to that. And the listening piece, I think, is also demonstrated from our council with regards to the public input. I think we're one of very few councils across the province that does this. Most have gotten rid of this. And so I would certainly say and suggest that our council is listening and we are receiving input. I've made that note again about this committee idea. We'll follow up with administration on that piece. But again, it's either on the 21st or the 28th. There's going to be further conversation that's coming specifically to TRR. I just, off the top of my head, I can't remember which Tuesday it is, but it's one of those two Tuesdays. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think, did the public input pass on that TRR, or is that still pending on that removal of the TRR? Because I think there was that introduction there, but I don't know if that was public input was postponed to the this meeting but I think maybe a public input session should still be
Like
held.
a public hearing, you mean?
Or a public hearing should
Yeah.
still be held. If it was, maybe we need to reschedule it if we can, prior to the second and third reading, so you guys can get an input from the public saying in favor or against it. Because I think it was just a a lot of people weren't aware.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So last week's public hearing was for the offsite levy bylaw.
Yeah.
The TRR public hearing is next Tuesday. Last week was just the first reading, so I believe it's on the 28th.
Okay.
Is that right?
Ledge Services.
We'll have to
is
check
about-
with Ledge
Ledge
Services.
Services is about to bail us out.
It's
I think,
still
Mr. Edney.
upcoming. The public hearing for the TRR
No,
hasn't
that's great,
happened
because
yet,
I was kind of under the impression that maybe we missed the opportunity, but
No.
maybe we need to make sure people
Okay.
are heard.
Ledge Services?
Through the chair, we council tabled the first reading, and it will be lifted from the table on the 23rd for first reading, and then we'll set the public hearing.
So the public hearing isn't even scheduled yet.
Awesome. No,
There you
it's
go.
even Better. No,
There you go. Okay.
thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Item 5, opportunity for any counselor that may have a conflict of interest with any item that is on the agenda. Counselor Schindler.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Dean.
Sorry, Counselor Schindler. My apologies. Thank you, Ledge Services, for catching that. Can I have a council make a motion?
Sorry.
Counselor make a motion to actually, can I have a counselor make a motion to accept the public input session for information? Counselor Schindler?
Yeah, I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the public input regarding CR and TRR, East Acreages, and the public hearing process for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions for council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, Counselor Schindler.
Yeah, so for agenda item 8.1, being the Prairie Waters Playground, I just want to declare a conflict of interest, non-fiduciary for that line item, and when that comes in, I'll be stepping out for that.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have the same reason for the conflict of interest for the Prairie Water, because I just want to declare here, I do sometimes attend parents council meeting, and I'm working closely with them and helping them out as well, and my daughter goes to that school. So I just want to declare my conflict of interest if any future financial ask is coming. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilors, any other concerns, not concerns, any other declaration of a conflict of interest for anything on the agenda? Seeing none, I think the councilors just declare it. There's no motions or anything needed with that. They just declare it, and away we go. Thank you. So now moving on to item 6 with consent agenda. I just really want to take one moment here just to talk about consent agenda, because this is something that we are looking at improving in our processes to help streamline some of the information that comes forward. So, for example, one of the things that our councilors do is our councilors attend committee meetings, and then as part of that committee meeting process, there are then agenda items. Sorry, there are minutes that are taken. There's agendas, all those sorts of things, and then those minutes come to council for approval. And it's also to help keep all of council informed as to what's happening in all of our committees. And so, one of the things that we were looking to do is add those then to the consent agenda, just to streamline them so that they all get approved all at once. And so it's one quick, simple on the consent agenda, but it's not just for. It's not just for committees, it is for any other reports as well, where it is just a simple report that's coming forward that if it doesn't need any debate or discussion, or it is simply a for information, put it on the consent agenda, we will approve it, and then we will keep going. Any councillor or mayor has the opportunity to remove an item from the consent agenda, and then it will be added to a later portion of the meeting for debate or discussion. So if a counselor is wishing to address anything that is on the consent agenda, then they just say, I would like to remove said item. It is not via motion. We just remove it then because at that counselor's request, it does not need to be done by majority vote because that counselor is asking for that to come off, or the mayor. So that's what we're looking at doing. We're going to see more of this utilization of consent agenda. I know that Ledge Services and myself have been looking at some other municipalities at their use of consent agenda and how effective their use of the consent agenda is, and we really want to take advantage of that as well. So with that, we'll notice that there are a number of items that are on the consent agenda, and unfortunately, we're going to be looking at removing a few items from the consent agenda, and so then looking to, first of all, explanation-wise, Ledge Services, do we think that that's a effective explanation of the use of consent agenda and what we're doing? Ledge Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You explained that perfectly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to leave your mic on here just because with removing them, will we then move them then as part of our committee updates? Do we just want to move them under 13.3?
That would be my suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So then under 13.3, I would like to add the the Grant Adjudication Committee meeting minutes from March the 18th and from April the 22nd. I would also like to pull from the consent agenda the SDAB minutes, as well as the Lake and Watershed Committee meeting minutes from the consent agenda, then to be added to 13.3, and then we'll address those items at that time. Thank you. Council, is there another set of minutes that anybody wants to see removed? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question about the Recreation Committee meeting minutes of Monday, May 4th.
Okay, thank you. So we'll remove the Recreation Committee from Monday, May 4th, and that will be discussed under 13.3. Okay. So then, with those items removed, we'll have approval then of the consent agenda. That will leave 6.1, 6.3, 6.4, 6.7. That will leave those ones. So can I have the motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Could it just be as simple as amended, or do we want to? Yes. Thank you. I don't think we need as amended then if we're listing them. Okay. Can I have a counselor make, I just want to make sure we got them all. 6.1, yeah. 6.3. 6.4. 6.7. Yeah, those are them. Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion? Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney.
Sorry, didn't you also want to move the May 4th Rec Committee? So 6.6.
Yeah, it's not on there.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
We already,
Oh, sorry, you're approving only those ones.
Yes,
My
sir.
bad.
yeah, because we don't need the motion, we just pull it. Okay. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee approve agenda items 6.1, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.7 under consent agenda.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving to item 7.1, emergency management. This is our emergency management update being presented by our fire chief, Cody Zebedee. Good morning. I think we're moving a visual aid up behind you as well. Very cool. So, the chief will speak to this when we get to this, but I saw this at the fire hall as part of it, and thought that it would be a cool visual to have as part of this. So the chief is bringing his own props this morning for his presentation. So I'll switch the camera. So yeah, right behind him is evacuation zone map that he's going to be referring to throughout part of his presentation. So
Which way?
forward and to your right, and a little bit forward, like in front of the chairs.
I'm just looking at the picture here.
That's good.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. Beautiful. I think that's good. Through the CAO, of course, if you could move it forward to your right and in front of through the CAO. Through the C. Thank you. Thank you through the CAO.
All right,
Mr.
morning,
Deputy.
Mayor and Council. So I want to take an opportunity to kind of bring everybody up to speed on where we're at with emergency management within the city, given that in January we give notice to the REMP to remove ourselves from that partnership as of December 31st. So this is kind of an opportunity for me to provide you a bit of an update on where things are at and where we're heading. Ledge Services, if you could switch over to our evacuation zone map slide for me, please. So I wanted to take this opportunity as well to speak to our evacuation zone map. We kind of rolled it out at our emergency preparedness open house that was happening in May during Emergency Preparedness Week. So this has been something that our GIS team has been working on for some time now and trying to parse out the city into manageable evacuation zones. So we're kind of at stage one of this whole thing. So the map is built, and now it's kind of that public consumption piece. How do we get it out to the public? And again, this is one of the forms that we looked at doing. So the map is basically created so that we can parse out the city into small manageable areas in the event that we needed to evacuate a portion or small portion or the entire city, I suppose. But it allows us to reference numbers onto a map, nice visual aid. And so when we're talking about evacuations or we're talking about a state or local emergency and we're evacuating an area, we can actually refer to a particular portion of the city, again, for residents. And then through this, it also helps as emergency management to understand how many people we're evacuating within that zone. So soft rollout occurred at our open house, and then we're going to be utilizing this if we ended up having to evacuate. Portions of this map would be placed on our orders and things like that so that people have a really good understanding of who is within that area. So I'm actually going to ask Carly, who's our GIS team, to come up and speak to this map. She is one of the masterminds and brain power right behind this awesome map that was built. So Carly, you want to come up?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Carly McIsaac. I'm one of the GIS technicians and part of the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. And thank you very much, Cody, for the lovely introduction. And as Cody mentioned, yes, my team is the one that helped develop this map. It was initially created back in summer of 2022. And at that time, this map was created to help break the city into zones so that in the event of an evacuation, it's very easy for the fire department, RCMP, peace officers to look at it and go, okay, I know there's 300 to 500 houses and businesses and schools in each individual zone. So just to assist with that decision making, that's why we did that.
Ledge Services on the stream right now. Is it the map or is it Carly right now? If you're watching, it's both right now. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. So yeah, back in 2022, made the first map, and then it's been developed ever since then. We've had input from fire services and peace officers and RCMP to some extent as well. And the first iteration of this map was not nearly as detailed as the one you're looking at today. So we're very proud of the progress and the input that we've had from our team. Is there anything else specific you'd like me to mention on this one, or? Okay. Do
So
you
if
have any
there
questions,
was,
or?
if Area 2 was under, if there was an emergency that was there, how does that relate to each of the different areas, and how does that work? In practice, an emergency happens, something goes down. How does this get utilized? How does that work?
I think we're both going to speak to that. I mean, I could take a quick note of it. So if, for example, we were looking at Zone 2, so thank you for zooming in on the screen there. So if there was an event happening at West Chestermere Drive and Merganser Drive West, we know it's at that intersection right here. We know that zone 2 is one of the closest ones. There's also a couple other zones in that vicinity as well. So we can quickly drop a pin on a map and we can draw a circle, we can draw a polygon, whatever we need to do to say, okay, we need to have a shelter in place for everyone within 500 meters of that point. We now know, okay, when we draw that circle, it's going to capture zone 21, zone 2, and zone 5. Just by looking at this map, we can make that really quick estimate. So that's the purpose of having the zones the way that they are.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions specifically to this? Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, and then to Carly's point as well, we look at Highway 1 as a major corridor, which does carry some dangerous goods and things like that. So this is where it becomes really relevant, exactly to Carly's point. We had an event that happened on Highway 1 and we needed a buffer zone based off of the chemical that was being carried. We can actually create that through our GIS system and understand who we need to evacuate. So this is something that is coming out from the province, that every community must have an evacuation zones. The next phase of this, Carly's kind of working on in her team, is actually routes. So from a particular zone, what are our ways out of there? So again, trying to manage traffic. So you look at any large scale event that happens, often people will go to the route that they travel every single day, right? Which may not be the best route. So again, having some different routes and laying those out for the community, so that in the event that something happens, we can push a lot of information out and hopefully direct traffic in the right means to get everybody out safely and efficiently. So that's kind of phase 2 of our evacuation zone mapping that we're working on right now. So, all right, Ledge, can you go back to the start? And next slide, please. So these are some of the items that I wanted to discuss today. So update on where the program is, review of the draft emergency management bylaw, which I did provide as well, which is going to be something in which we don't need to approve right away because we are still part of REMP till December 31st, but I wanted to get it in front of you in case there was any comments or anything. We have lots of time to actually correct it and make those changes or recommendations from council. Talk a little bit about a declaration of state of local emergency, the role of the Director of Emergency Management, our current mutual aid agreements and where they sit right now and what their current status is, a review of the completed risk assessment, and then Emergency Preparedness Day, just give you a bit of an update on how that day went, and then if there is any questions or items from you as council. Next slide, please. So program status. So we've obviously given notice in January for a December 31st departure from the REMP, which is a Wheatland Emergency Regional Partnership. Our bylaw has been drafted, which you have in front of you. We're currently working on drafting a new emergency management, municipal emergency management plan, or a MEMP. So that will be one document that is kind of our guiding principle for our emergency management program. So that's being worked on as we speak. We're considering looking at maybe a consultant to help us make sure that our plan meets the new legislation through what's called AIMS, which is the Alberta Incident Management System. So really making sure that we develop a really good plan off the start. And then our incident command post, our emergency operations center, has been moved to the upstairs of the community operations building from the fire hall. So given the space at the fire hall, if we actually had to open up a large incident command post, the space wouldn't be adequate. So community operations upstairs gives us lots of space up there to have all the players at the table, with the backup being at the fire hall if we needed. We had our annual review from Alberta Emergency Management Agency. So they come in once a year, review our emergency management program, our bylaws, and all things kind of emergency management. I haven't got the final report, but there was noted improvements from the last review, so which is always good. That's kind of the intent of it, is to always see continuous improvement throughout our program. And then sessions for our emergency management members will be occurring. So we have a number of individuals that are employees of the city of Chestermere, which are part of our emergency management team. So we're actually just kind of putting together who's all part of that team and then kind of doing some refresher training. There has been some training that has occurred throughout this year already, some ICS training. And we'll be looking at doing some lunch and learns and different sessions to get people back in the groove and start to talk about emergency management through the lens of the city of Chestermere, and getting us prepared for when our MEMP gets rolled out as well, because there'll be some training on that. And then one of the things that we have talked about, and which was in the bylaw, is the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting. So the plan will be to meet twice a year in January and June. And again, if there's emergent items or things that council feels need to be met on, or an event that happens, or whatever that may be, we do have the ability to schedule more than those 2 meetings, but at minimum, those will be the 2 meetings that we have. And our emergency advisory committee will be all of mayor and council as part of that, which I think is important to have a say in what happens with emergency management within the city. And then at present, we have 2 deputy DEMs, or directors of emergency management, that are deputies, and then myself as the director of emergency management, which are appointed by mayor and council. So that's already done. Next slide, please. So our bylaw, so you have a draft in front of you right now, based on our direction to move forward to our own emergency management program. We also talked about a little bit surrounding who should be part of that emergency advisory committee meeting, and it was decided that it was probably best that all mayor and council were part of that advisory committee. So when we bring this forward, this bylaw will come before council for a first reading, and then second and third, and then it will repeal our existing partnership bylaw, which is in place. So I'm anticipating bringing this forward probably into November for first reading, and then second and third reading into December. That way that we don't have a large gap between the REMP and our own city bylaw. So that's kind of where the plan is for the bylaw anyways. Was there, did you guys want to take a second to go through anything that you've seen in the bylaw, if there's any questions with regards to the bylaw? And I already know your question, so I got an answer for you.
I've got a couple. The
Perfect.
one thing I wanted to bring up was I just wanted to clarify something. We go back to the previous slide where it talks about emergency advisory committee to meet at least twice annually, meetings in January and June of each year. Just to clarify the plan on that. So right now we're getting a presentation as a gap meeting. This is a bit of an update as to where we are, as been pointed out by Chief. Council, the plan from administration right now is when we pass this bylaw, it's going to give us abilities that we don't necessarily have in a GAP committee meeting. For example, at GAP, we cannot approve financial asks or anything like that. This bylaw has within it an ability to be able to do that. And so what the plan is that when this comes in January and in June, the plan is that it will come on a GAP day. But what we're going to do is we will start the committee meeting at 9 and then start the GAP meeting at 10:30. So the emergency management committee meeting. So then everything that we're allowed to do under that bylaw will happen at the 9 o'clock meeting in January and in June. And then should we need a break? Should it get extended? Should we need to start GAP a little bit later? Then we will do that. But that'll be our practice moving forward with regards to how we will be doing that committee work. So it's not an extra day. It's on an extra time. We will literally do it on the scheduled GAP days, just starting at 9 a.m. The other admin, any other comments with regards? I think that covers that. Just so that we understand structure for that. Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question through you, I believe to Mr. Edney, but whoever you think it's appropriate for. 2 related questions. And the background to this is that councillors are required to take some training when they become elected officials. However, we know we are required, but if we don't, nothing happens. So one of my questions is, when a councillor under this bylaw would be appointed to this committee, are they sitting as a councillor, or is there some way for them to be sitting as a member of the public? And the reason why I say that is there anything we could put into this to require appropriate training of councillors? Because I'm thinking into the future, if we had a major event, I would want to make sure that the people who are responsible for managing this situation were adequately trained. This is actually a life or death situation in this case. So, to Mr. Edney, whoever you think might be able to offer some discussion on that question.
I think what we should do with that question, I think it's a great question, and I fully agree with you. I would love to see what the regulations are going to be coming out with Bill 28, and I think that that's a question that we should bring forward to Minister of Municipal Affairs. I would be more than happy to bring that question forward to the Minister's office, or have Ledge Services bring that forward. But looking to Mr. Edney and to Ledge Services, I feel like that's a question that we're going to need to bring to Municipal Affairs, because you're right. It's a question I literally asked at the training, is that it is mandatory that councillors attend attend that training. And some of our counselors here were in attendance when I asked that question. So I wonder when the regulations come out with regards to code of conduct and council's ability to then put in more requirements under Bill 28. I wonder if it fits within there, but I do wonder, Mr. Edney, if this would be an appropriate question for the office of the mayor, so to speak, to bring to Minister Williams. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, good morning, Council. Through you, yes. I think everything you said is accurate. I think we need to get a better understanding from the new bill and from the minister of, how do we do that?
Yeah, because I completely.
'Cause it's a very good point.
Yep. Okay, and I don't think we necessarily need a motion for that. We can. I'll just do it. Yeah. Fair. Okay, I will get that information. Councillor Schindler.
Just to build off of that, if we're going to minister, we should come prepared with what training is required. Do we have a list of what training or what knowledge base that people should have?
Yeah, we do. So it's the course that a few of us have gone to.
Right.
And I will in the letter. I will outline that. I will outline. Our understanding is that this is a required training for safety after you're an elected official. There's additional training that you can do, but there's only one that is required.
If there's additional training that that you think we should be doing, we should identify those as well, even if it's not required. Because, like Councillor Sandbo just said, these are serious situations when we're going to need this knowledge, and we should be prepared.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? So, Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to Fire Chief Cody. I have a bit different question. I just want to get my knowledge, if Edwin can answer. So, this is the emergency plan. In cases emergency happen, I love that, the map and all those. Thank you to do actually really hard work on that. I appreciate for that. But when that's maybe probably for admin, when we design the new community, we approve the new community, new development, is these things is considered there? Because obviously residents live and then emergency could be happen anytime. And so these one is, for, if not, or how this thing work? I just need to get the knowledge for that.
Chief Sebedy.
Yeah, great question. So as communities do build out and as communities change, then the map is updated accordingly. So we may actually, and Carly, if I'm going to speak out of turn here, let me know. But we'll keep an eye on how many homes. We try to keep our numbers around about that 500-ish in a zone. So as those zones expand, we may find that that zone may be broken down just given that a whole bunch of homes have been added to an area. So we may make a new zone to try and keep that zone around that 500 persons, 500 households, if you would, mark. So as things are built out, the map is also built out along with it. So constantly being updated as the city expands and grows.
Councillor Schindler.
And thank you for that, and through the chair, through Kent, our CAO, and to you. The communications portion of this is again, this is a premature comment, but having a little pocket guide that people can get mailed to their address with their zone or zone map would be amazing. And then people can keep it as part of their fire safety kit, which everybody should have. So just a thought.
Absolutely, that's a great point. And we do have a little flip chart that is available as well. So this is something that we will have to look at. How do we add it? Because to add the full map might be a challenge, and to parse out exactly zones by address, I'm not sure if that's possible, but it's a great point. But definitely maybe it's even a direction to somewhere on the city's website that people can go and find this quick and easy. And again, if we were to evacuate somewhere, we would have this posted as part of the social media posts and everything else that we put out forward facing to the public, so to make it as clear as possible.
Thank you. before this discussion, you had offered invitation for questions about the bylaw. Do you want those right now, or do you want to finish your presentation?
Totally up to you. However if you want to go through it now, we can certainly do that.
The bylaw?
Yeah.
Okay. I had a question about 2.7, because I don't think that the definition is correct for emergency. So right now it says a means of returning officer as defined in the Act.
Correct.
So I don't think that is the definition of an emergency.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to flag that. Under 4.1A, I just wondered if this was semantics or not. Should the words through the CAO be added? So council shall ensure through the CAO that the emergency plans, because that to me I know it's inherent, but I wonder if that should be added to within that sentence, that we are doing that through the office of the CAO, because that's the only way that we can do that. Sorry? Okay. Then 4.2 is what I was speaking about as to why we're doing what we need to do. And so with that, if this is written into this bylaw, this is a question of the lead services. If it's written into this bylaw, what council can and cannot do, and if we are going to be hosting those committee meetings outside of the GAP meeting, would we need to make any updates to our procedural bylaw that relate then to this bylaw that gives council that ability to do what's listed in 4.2? Or because it's its own bylaw that's dictating that, and because we're having that separate meeting, is our procedural bylaw okay? I guess I would encourage a quick review to make sure when this comes forward in November, if a change needs to be made to our procedural bylaw, ledge services.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest a review of the procedural bylaw and likely updating to reflect the information that's appropriate with this committee.
Okay, thank you. And we could essentially just do that at the same time.
Exactly.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Sorry, thanks, Mayor Dean. I just had a question about the agency for Fire Chief Zebedee. I know we don't define it. We sort of define it in the whereas, and then we talk about borrowing and stuff for the operation of the agency. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit? Because I got a lot of questions in here right now because I don't necessarily understand that. That maybe council has as well.
Yeah. So effectively, you have an advisory committee, which what you folks are is the ones that kind of quote unquote oversee the program to make sure we have a program to make sure the community is safe, as effectively what that agency the advisory committee does. The agency is kind of the boots on the ground. So agency includes myself, the deputy Dems. It also includes our utilities, some of our directors, folks from EPCOR may be involved in that, given that right now they're our water utility, right? So they're a big major player in that. Any other partner that we see as a value as being part of our emergency management agency. So in the event of something happening, that agency is the one that is going to then take on that emergency. And then the agency will feed up to council the information from that emergency on where we're at, what we're doing. And then keeping the agency and the advisory committee abreast. So that's kind of my role, is that intermediary between kind of CAO, council, and the agency in providing that information. So hopefully that maybe clears it up. So the agency is basically the one that is building the plans, training the plans, training our people, providing forward-facing information to the public surrounding emergency management. So they're kind of the whole thing, everything emergency management for the city from a boots-on-the-ground perspective, frontline kind of piece.
Okay, thank you. The other suggestion I would have is to make sure within the bylaw, anywhere where we're using acronyms, I know the fire department lives and breathes on acronyms. I think you have more acronyms than government. Let's be honest. So I'm specifically referring to 5.2X1 or XI, which is what is AEMA. So AEMA would be one that I flagged. So just within that in general, don't need an explanation now necessarily. Just when this comes to council for first, second, and third reading, I think it'd be good to make sure that all acronyms are spelled out. I also think that the wording within 7.2C needs to be have another look at it. Currently reading, forward a copy of the declaration to the minister forthwith is responsible for the Emergency Management Act. I just think that that one just needs a clean up.
Yep.
As well as for 7.3, upon declaration of a soul for the duration of the soul, the director may, in accordance. So director is capitalized, but we have no definition. So I think we should just change director to dem. And then I think, because that's who you're referring to, I believe you're referring to the dem.
That's what it is.
So I think where director is used, just change it back to dem, because we do not have definition of director anywhere else within the document, and yet director is capitalized, indicating that there would be a definition thereof. Councillor Schindler.
So my question is, again, through you, through administration, to Chief CBD. I'm curious about whether this is a policy or in the bylaw where we should have reporting structure, communication methods, and documentation of record keeping and things like that.
Yeah,
Might be in
absolutely.
policy.
Yeah, so I think where that would live is through the municipal emergency management plan.
Right.
So it speaks to the flow chart, if you would, so kind of an org chart through emergency management, and then also those exactly to that point of when do we communicate, how do we communicate, intervals, things like that. When do we activate an emergency operations center? So that's all through that municipal emergency management plan that hopefully will tie all of that stuff in and provide us with that quote unquote framework for the program. So again, communication methods, how do we communicate? How is that happening? Again, it ties back to the bylaw with regards to what are happening at those agency meetings and things like that as well.
Would that reference then be put into the bylaw to refer to the management plan?
It certainly could be. I think it's kind of implied that every community is going to have that plan, so I don't know that it necessarily needs
Might be
to
just being pedantic, but
Yeah, no, that's a good point though. Yep.
okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see no other comments or questions for the bylaw, so I think we're back to your presentation.
Perfect. And next slide. Just wanted to bring forward a state of local emergency and how that actually happens and how that works. So in section 7 of the bylaw is how we actually declare a SOL, how does that actually, and who can do that. As a director of emergency management, I cannot declare a SOL. So that comes from municipal council. So what we've done in this bylaw is actually written it so a mayor and a councillor can actually declare a SOL. And the reason why we don't say the entire council is an entirety. Now, certainly if you were all here, I would expect to see all the signatures on that SOL. It would be great to see that. But in the event that it's summer vacation and people are away and we need to declare a SOL, we need to have a means of declaring that. We've also put into there that we have a means to declare it via phone or Skype or something like that, which then following up with a signature. So again, you're all away, we need to declare a SOL. I don't want to wait a day to have somebody come in here to actually sign that SOL because it may be too late before we can make those appropriate actions. So, and then we're required to identify the powers that we're going to use under the act. So we have to actually list them. So we can't just say the entire act we want a SOL for. It could be for evacuation. It could be for a multitude of things, but we actually have to list that out when that SOL is being declared. So when you are signing that SOL, you're going to be signing on behalf of those powers that we are requesting to help mitigate that said emergency. Section 19 and 21 of the Emergency Management Act indicate those powers which can be identified. So next slide, please. So 24 of the Emergency Management Act, there's some of the powers of the local authority. So again, who's going to put it into operation, exercise the powers given by the ministerial order under section 19. So this is right out of the Emergency Management Act. I just wanted to toss it in here so that you guys could see it front hand rather than trying to go search the internet for it. And next slide, please. And then maybe tough to see, but again, those are the powers that we would be requesting or could be requesting during a state of local emergency. Could be a few of them, it could be a multiple of them, it may only be one of them depending upon the emergency and depending on what's happening. But that would be what would be included within that SOL document when we push that forward for signature. Next slide, please. So my role as the Director of Emergency Management, appointed by Council Resolution, which we've done already, I'm ultimately responsible for the plans, the Municipal Emergency Plan, also responsible for all the subsidiary plans within that. So the Municipal Emergency Plan provides us with the framework. We then do a hazard risk identification. So we look at all the hazards that face the city. There's a new tool out there that we're going to be utilizing. It's called the HIRA. Again, acronyms. I don't even know exactly what the definition is. So to your point, Mayor Dean. So basically from that, it generates what are our hazards faced by the city of Chestermere. And then we build hazard specific plans for those known hazards. So again, our heavy rainfall, and we have plugged storm drains. What do we do as the city of Chestermere when that happens? Do we have pumps? And where do we get those pumps from and things like that? Where do we divert water to, et cetera, et cetera. Oversight of the emergency management program for the community. Basically, I'm the one which would activate or recommend activating the emergency management plan in the event of an emergency, and then manages that coordination center. Advisory role to the community's advisory committee. So again, that's where your guys' place is. So I'm kind of that intermediary between the agency and the advisory committee, which is what you folks are. And then ensures the members of the agency are trained and we exercise the plan. So this is organizing training. So I may not be organizing it, but looking at what is the best training for us, what do we need, and then making sure those things happen. So that's kind of the high level of the role of the DEM. Next slide, please. The advisory committee and council, so this is kind of where you guys play in. So review the municipal management plan. So that will come to you probably in January or February for review and approval. Receive updates from the agency, so where are we at? So much like what we're doing here today. Appoint the directors of emergency management and deputy directors, meet twice a year. Provide direction to the agency. So again, if there's things that you see that we're not doing or that you would like to see us do, it allows you to be that voice coming back down to make sure that our program is meeting the needs of the community. And then receive updates from us on the program status, and then also receive updates from us in the event of an emergency. So when things are actually happening, we'd probably schedule, and these are some of the things that I think at the advisory committee meeting we'll have that discussion surrounding is, in the event of an emergency, how would you guys like to be informed? Is it starting off via email and then we gather everybody together? So I think that will allow us the ability to set that framework and that groundwork for, if we activate, how do we want to do it? And again, so that it meets the needs of council and what your guys' vision is of that as well. So I have a few ideas that we can bring forward and have that discussion. And again, we can put that right into some of our plans as well, so it's clear. Next slide, please. Mutual aid agreements. So currently the city of Chestermere is part of the Alberta South Central Mutual Aid Agreement. As you can see, all of the individual municipalities that are listed there, which are part of that agreement. So in the event that something were to happen in Okotoks, for example, they could, through this mutual aid agreement, call upon us for assistance. So whether that would be providing a personnel down there to help in an incident command role or an operations section role. It could even be as far as equipment. So we have graders, they need some graders. We have pumps, they need pumps. We can, again, through this mutual aid agreement, have that resource ask happen, and then everything is covered from that perspective. So even like I was saying in our last REMP meeting that we spoke about, was this agreement would cover us with Wheatland County, Town of Strathmore, through providing that mutual aid. Now, if we wanted to have more specific agreements with those communities, we certainly could, but I think this overarching mutual aid agreement would cover us off from that lens. The agreement is currently under review, so all of us as municipalities met, I want to say it was in March, I believe, and reviewed the new mutual aid agreement, which has just got some amendments to it, and we'll be bringing that forward to our respective communities for signature. So I believe on the last agreement, it was the CAO and the mayor which signed off on that agreement. So it's just going to be some updates to it. So that will be coming hopefully in Q3 or Q4. The city of Calgary actually received a grant for it, and they're actually working on that document for us as we speak. So
how does the mutual aid agreement then work for, because I see that Jasper's not on here, for example. I know that's a different kind of emergency, but we sent a crew there, which was great.
Yep.
But then there was also compensation that happened. So how does that work outside of the scope of the mutual aid agreement?
Yeah, so like for example, those wildfire deployments are handled through the Alberta Emergency Management Agency through the WUI Wildland Urban Interface group, where we would be a member of that, or basically we've put forward that we would be willing to support, and there's a separate guideline and a separate document that wildfire stuff falls under, as opposed to say a flood or something like that, and that's where this would mainly be captured within.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. Risk assessment. So the last risk assessment that was done on the city was in 2021. So I completed one in January of 2026. Well, finalized it in January of 2026. Again, in collaboration with a few folks. And some of the key risks that were identified within the city are high intensity residential structure fires, floods due to rainfall or runoff, and then as well as a water main break. And this kind of ties back into, at that point, because of the frequency of the Calgary feeder main issues, which we're kind of somewhat at mercy to, become a thing. And not only to that, just even a point of our own water infrastructure. If we were to have a break, it could cause us some major issues as well. Hazmat Transportation Road, given that we have Highway 1, major corridor through us. Natural gas pipeline. So this is surrounding a line strike or line break. So somebody's drilling post holes, whatever, and ends up hitting a gas line, doing construction, hitting gas lines, things like that. And then weather-related events. And under that weather-related, it kind of ties everything into wind, blizzards, hail, snow, winds, and stuff like that. So those are kind of there's certainly other risks to the city, but those are the key ones that when we did the hazard assessment that come to the forefront. So when we start looking at building out plans, those will probably be the first plans in which we begin to hit and develop those high hazard ones first. And we've already have a lot of mitigation stuff in place. So it's just capturing that and then looking at it and saying, is there more that we need to do? And again, keeping those plans up to date is the key piece. As the city changes, our risks change. So we start getting industrial. We may start to see some of those things come forward that we need to manage, chemical risks, whatever that may be. So next slide, please. And evacuation zone mapping, we covered these. So these can go to the next two, please. And then our Emergency Management Day open house. So it occurred on May 2nd. I've seen some of you there. It was great day. We had amazing weather for it. We had 14 partner agencies that attended the event. So for example, Calgary 911, EPCOR, the city of Chestermere, our emergency social services folks. So Christian and his team, they were part of that. We had ATCO Gas, Fortis, so a lot of our utility partners were also invited in there. And it was just a great day of providing education and information to the community. Fire trucks were on display. So our estimation was around 2,000 people attended our open house, which was fantastic. So again, it will be, I think, given the success of this would be something that we look at doing annually during Emergency Preparedness Week. And again, growing it and just making sure that we're getting things like these evacuation maps out to the community and providing that information. So it's a great opportunity for us to engage and connect with the community during Emergency Preparedness Week. So I was happy to report how that day went. So hats off to my team who put that together. It was a lot of work, but they did a fantastic job for our first one. So, and next slide, please. So kind of going forward, we'll be bringing forward the emergency management bylaw for approval. We'll be bringing out that emergency management plan. And then continue to build out the program with internal staffing, internal stakeholders, continue with our emergency management training and exercises. So like I said, the first time that we open up the plan shouldn't be when something's happening. And then again, working with some of our regional partners on some training and some things like that. So again, we're surrounded by Rocky View County. So working with them, if they activate, how are we being notified and how are we going to work together if something's happening right on our doorstep? So again, building those relationships and those communication pieces. And then I'll be bringing forward that South Central Emergency Management Agreement, or mutual aid agreement for signature in Q3 or Q4 is kind of the plan of attack at this point. So,
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two quick things. First of all, I know a nonprofit that is developing resources for emergency situations around water, and I'd be happy to connect that so
Excellent.
that our comms department doesn't need to develop that, but we could share that. I also wanted to comment on the open house and specifically the educational activities, because most of the booths had something you could interact with your hands, and that was so great. I had a lot of fun looking at the hot dog getting burned because of the wires, and then there was a stinky thing that I could scratch and all kinds of things. So that was really well done.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Any questions from mayor or council?
Thank you. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have just one comment. Like for the emergency plan, because all the time community is growing and map has to update. So how many you can print out, and because it's those all. So there's any way like you can make app, like City of Chestermere has a recycle app, and I use a lot those one for the garbage pickup and stuff. So there is an app. So then for that one, everybody can download those app, and then emergency management plan is there, and all those information is. So this is just the suggestion if for the future, because it's going towards to technology in these days. So rather than less papers, and to do that, so everybody have that, download that app, and everybody has a phone in these days, so they can use that one.
It's an excellent suggestion. I think that's fantastic.
Well, I already know that certain directors know where I'm going to go with this, because it's certainly something that we've brought back several resources, and I know that there's been some work that's going on for a city app. I'm not sure where that's sitting right now, but we also know that I have been very public about my feelings on how we at least used to use Voyant, and in my previous role, Voyant was great. Because when I was in my previous role and I had 300 to 500 people on site at any one given time, and my Voyant app would go off and let me know that something was going on, it was certainly a quick way for me to communicate back to the fire department of going, hey, is there anything I should know? Because or vice versa, Voyant would go off, warning of, say, a tornado that was coming by, and it gave me an opportunity as a facility operator to contact the fire department and go, FYI, if something happens, I have 500 people on site right now. And so it was a quick way for me to do that. So I've made my feelings on this very clear. I absolutely support you on this, that having some sort of quicker way to get information out, like we did in the past. We haven't had Voyant now for 6 years.
Yeah, it was before my time, I think.
It's been a while, and like I said, it was absolutely utilized by especially people that ran events and had multiple people on site all at once, and was certainly a very, very valuable tool for me to have as a facility operator when I had that many people on site. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I so agree with what you're saying. And just an additional piece on that, I was on the library board when COVID hit, and possibly Deputy Mayor could speak to that from the other end of it. But the most stressful thing we were dealing with at that time is that we did not have 24/7 communication with the city, because we had no context and no training. So we didn't know how long was reasonable to wait for a response and that kind of thing. So we were just stuck not making decisions, or making decisions that we didn't know were the right ones. So that constant communication, I do think also helps not create an even more elevated situation during a time of crisis.
Absolutely. And I will speak to that as well. One of the major plans that that we need to, we have one right now, but I think it needs to be redone because it speaks to Voyant and things like that. But as a crisis communications plan, there's a very different method of communicating day-to-day municipal things that happen versus what's happening in an emergency situation. So we do have a crisis communications plan. And again, it just does need some work, but that is going to be key, is having a very solid crisis communication plans, which may include something like an app or things like that. How do we actually alert the city? So one thing that every one of us has access to, and I'm sure you guys seen during Emergency Preparedness Week, is the Alberta Emergency Alert app, which you don't need to have the app. You don't need to have anything installed on your phone. If something is happening, you are going to get that critical alert to your cell phone in the time. Now, one of the things that doesn't do is give you those severe, those information alerts, unless you actually have the app, the Alberta Emergency Alert app, downloaded onto your phone. And then you would receive those information alerts of a water main break or something like that could be pushed through that Alberta Emergency Alert app. So again, there's lots of platforms out there, and I think it's just looking at what is best for the city and how do we make sure that we are communicating in event of emergency. Because the biggest thing when we talk about an emergency is the lack of communication, because if people don't have the information at their fingertips, they're going to try and find that information out. And again, it may not be coming from a source of truth. So truthful, factual, and quick communications are key in an emergency. So.
Well, I know one of the conversations that we're having as well is who and when is going to do that communication. Does that come from the mayor doing a video? Who's taking the press conferences? Those sorts of things is certainly a part of the conversation that we're having. We've seen that in several areas right now where they're having emergencies. I think of Jasper, the times when the mayor was speaking up, and when it was like his dem that was speaking, or even with the water main break in Calgary, when it was the mayor, whether the first one with Mayor Gondak or the second one with Mayor Farkas, as opposed to then when it was their dem and how they're handling that. And so that's also a conversation that we're having. When's it going to be me, and when's it going to be you, and what's the role of the CAO within that as well? I know that that's a whole part of this communication strategy as well.
Absolutely it is. Yes. Very key to have those ahead of time, because figuring out on the fly never works.
Yeah. So, yeah. And so I think to conclude, I hope that administration's hearing from council that there is certainly a desire to see a communications app for our city soonish. I see nodding and grins coming back at me right now. Okay. With that, I think seeing no more questions, I believe that we're accepting the presentation for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Government and Priority Committee accept the emergency management update for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? I just want to say thank you for all the work that you're putting in on this. I think it's great. I think it's going to be very, very beneficial for our community in our time of growth and what we're doing. And it's exciting to see that the work that's happening.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a break, and we will come back at 10:30, where we will have our presentation on the assessment update. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break and moving on now to our next item. So this is item 7.2.1, which is our assessment update, being presented by Bob Dandelin from Assessment Specialists from Accurate Assessment Group Limited. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Bob Dodlin with Accurate Assessment Group, and I am here to present the 2025 assessment. I want to start by thanking Council and Administration for the privilege of their time allowing me to do this presentation. And I also want to submit that there's a piece of bad news that I just received here in a news alert that Hockey Night in Canada will not continue on this fall, which was quite a surprise. I just got that alert on my phone. So there might be a minute of sadness or silence later on today for everybody. Anyways, proceeding on. Just to confirm, about how much time do I have to present so I make sure that I push as fast as I need to?
Our next presentation is in 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes it is.
So if you could be 10 or less. No, I'm just...
Okay, I'll do my best, sir. I'll do my best. At any point during the presentation, if there are questions, I certainly welcome them. If the question will be answered in a further slide, I'll just mention that, and then we'll continue on. Okay, so the agenda is going to be, or the agenda for today's presentation will be broken into three parts. The first part, for those that are unfamiliar, it'll be an introduction to Accurate Assessment Group. Second part will be, the middle part will be the assessment process, and then the third part will be probably the most interesting part, the highlights of the year-over-year changes. So Accurate Assessment Group was founded in 1997. We've been providing assessments for quite a number of years. We're looking into closing in on 30 years within the province of Alberta. We currently conduct assessment services in 26 rural municipalities, 7 cities, 8 towns, 8 Métis settlements, and 3 First Nations. It is our goal to be the city's trusted advisor in all items assessment related. We believe that we can do that through our team depth. We've got nearly or possibly over 500 years experience. It's been a year since that's been updated. Our communication skills, we do things such as what we're doing right now, presentations in all municipalities that we provide assessment services for. This is something that we've conducted since we were founded. Also, our discussions with property owners or administration staff is continual and ongoing throughout the year. And then our data integrity part. We have backup systems in place to protect the data that we have on file digitally. As far as the crew of Accurate Assessment Group, I am the appointed assessor for the city. I also rely on Jesse Nelson and Corey Allen. They are the boots on the ground for the most part. They're out there inspecting a lot of the properties, measuring the buildings when needed, speaking with the property owners. We also have several others on staff that are experts in their particular field. We are heavily involved in the assessment community, both from an association perspective as well as the tip of the spear when it comes to new types of assessment that might be coming on board. I'll give you an example of the first. Troy Birtles, he is the current past president of the Alberta Assessors Association. So that's the type of involvement we have in the assessment community. Ray Fortin, the industrial assessment specialist, he is actually formulating and has put on seminars on assessing data centers. That's a hot topic in many municipalities right now, as everyone knows, especially with Wonder Valley, what's actually been in the news regarding that. So there are many questions by municipalities with regards to data centers and such, because there's some, ideas floating around with regards to the development of them within their communities. So we do our best to answer what we can in that respect. Property assessment overview. Property assessment is the process of assigning a dollar value to property for taxation purposes. So essentially, it's the assessed value multiplied by the tax rate, comes up with the property tax. Assessment is governed by the Municipal Government Act. How assessment is conducted, how properties are specifically assessed, how to deal with properties that are owned or operated by community organizations, and how exemptions may apply to those particular situations. as well as the complaints and regulations. So there's the Municipal Government Act, as well as 3 associated regulations in that respect. When it comes to assessment valuation, there are 4 standard assessment classes. There's residential assessment, which makes up a vast portion of the total assessment base within the city. There's non-residential assessment, there's farmland assessment, and there's designated industrial property. The valuation standard for residential and non-residential is market value. And then the valuation standard for the remaining 2 is a regulated value set by the province. So because market value, or properties that have a market value standard, make up approximately 96% of the total assessment base and the total assessment volume, market value is what I want to make sure to define here. Market value means the amount that a property might be expected to realize if sold on the open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer. There are 3 approaches to value. There's the cost approach, direct sales approach, and the income approach. With respect to the City of Chestermere, we rely mostly on the direct sales approach and cost approach combined. It's a hybrid. And then we do use the income approach on non-residential properties. Mass appraisal is what we use and how property is to be assessed across Alberta. This means the process of preparing assessments for a group of properties using standard methods and common data and allowing for statistical testing. That common data may include location, house size, lot size, age and condition of the building, market rents, essentially those types of items that are common across properties. With regards to the assessment process, every property is reassessed annually. That does not mean it's reinspected annually. It just means it's reevaluated annually. Property inspections, however, themselves can include several types of situations. Development permits, for sure. So, and as everyone knows, the amount of development and growth in this city keeps us busy. Progressive properties, that's an example of that would be a property that was maybe built the year prior but not quite complete. So that's a progressive property, a property that's going to become completed. So we make sure to reinspect those, as well as what we deem as global reinspections or a geographic reinspection area. According to the IAAO, and I'll explain, International Association of Assessing Officers, because I know that acronyms are not liked by some people. Some people
just want to know what they mean.
Exactly. That's proper. Yeah, that's better. So they deem that a municipality should be totally reinspected once every 5 to 7 years. So we have a 5-year rotation in this particular instance with the city, and I'll break that down actually and show a graphic of that near the end of the presentation. So when it comes to assessment inquiries by property owners, we hope that they contact the municipality or attend an open house, because we have several of them every year typically, where people can come in and speak one-on-one with an assessor. We hope that they provide all the requested information, if it's a residential or non-residential property, just to ensure that we have the correct data on file, and that also helps maintain the right of complaint. And then if after discussions and inspections are completed and there still isn't an agreement between the property owner and the assessor, then the property owner does have the right to file an official complaint and go through a mediation board to determine whether the assessment is correct, where both parties actually present evidence in their behalf. Just, I guess, before I continue on that slide, what I can say is last year we had one official complaint go to, it was a non-residential property, go to what's known as the Composite Assessment Review Board for non-residential properties. And there were no residential assessment complaints that went to the board. They were all resolved, anything that was filed. The non-residential one was upheld.
Deputy Mayor Narad.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Radney and Mr. Donlan. Now, with respect to the property value, I see, you take the market value. How do you capture those properties that have built, let's just say, a secondary suite without a permit?
Great question. So how we would capture the value, I'm presuming, I'm going to reiterate the question, how do we capture the value of a secondary suite in the event that one is built within a residential property? Is that the question essentially?
With and without permit.
Okay, with or without permit. Okay, that is where the reinspection cycle comes in. If there is a property that has had a suite built without a permit, we will not know that. But we do send out letters to the property owners asking how the basement is developed, if it's developed, how is it developed, is it a suite or non-suite? The onus is up to the property owner to tell us the truth of the situation. So if they choose to fib on the questionnaire, then that's the best we can do. We can't do anything more than that. However, if they choose to tell us that there is a suite, then we would value it as such. It would be an added value to the overall package of the property, essentially. We find that most people are truthful in and at some point they're likely going to list the property, and it will state in the listing as well. So this is the best we can do as an assessor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenter. Nice to see you again. Thank you for the presentation. You did mention that last year there was one complaint that was non-residential, went to the composite. I'm wondering if you have any other data on maybe the number of property owners who are coming forward and asking questions or considering putting complaints forward. I have this very narrow perspective of my experience over the last little while, and it seems to me that I was fielding a lot more questions related to assessments this year than in the last, I guess, year. It seemed like there was a lot more this year, and I was referring a lot of people through to this process. So I'm curious if you have even some colloquial gut feel about whether there was an increase or how that's going.
I do have an answer, Mr. Mayor, if I can. What we've had this year, and of course the complaint period has closed, we had 72 inquiries with regards to the 2025 assessment. I do not have last year's count in my head. If I was to have an educated guess, I'm thinking it's less than that. It was likely probably in the 40 to 50 range. So there was an uptick in inquiries this year. Now, it's not surprising because of what the market has done over the last 24 months. So I will get into that here in a little bit. Now, with regards to complaints, this year we have 3 outstanding residential complaints, and we are in the process of working with the property owners, contacting them and seeing if we can have a resolve on them. And if not, then the process continues on to the LARP. Does that answer the question? Okay. So now into the meat and potatoes of why I'm here, the fun stuff. So as we can see, the 2024 versus 2025 assessment, or I should say that backwards, 25 versus 24, there was an 11% increase in residential assessment. That's broken into 2 parts, as I've stated in past years. Part of that is going to be growth, and part of that is going to be market inflation. The vast majority of it this year is growth. And I'll break that down in a further slide. Non-residential assessment increased by 9%. Linear assessment increased by 6%. Farmland assessment decreased. Again, not surprising, as farmland gets consumed by residential sprawl or urban sprawl, essentially. It starts being eliminated from the assessment base. And then exempt assessment increased by 11%. So because 96% of the total assessment base is made up of residential and non-residential, the grand total went up by 11% year over year. And residential assessment itself is 92%, 92.5% of the total assessment base in the city, which is quite substantial compared to some other urban centers.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. I know it's a relatively small number for us, but do you know off the top of your head what Chestermere receives for GPOT grants in place of taxes?
Mr. Edney?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, sorry, I don't either, but it's very small, if anything.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, just for context, that's the amount that the provincial government gives cities or municipalities like ours in place of property taxes for their properties.
Yeah, I can't think of a provincially owned building in the city. I don't think we get any GPOT.
Yeah. We have provincially owned land, but not buildings. Yeah. Councillor Schindler?
Through the chair, through administration to you, do you have, or is it possible to have a sort of a heat map to see where the the increases are happening in Chestermere?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, this year actually there was very little change. Now the possibility of doing that this year, I can provide that outside of this presentation if needed or required. But there really is a very it was a moot year. It was a very, very silent year. Some areas increased a little bit and some decreased, but I will be getting into that here in a little bit. But yes, that is possible to provide that for future years if desired. So this graphic here, I mean, like I say, the residential assessment makes up such a vast majority of the total assessment base. That's about the only graph you really can tell or see here. But you can see that over the last 5 years, it's been steady growth, with the last year slowing up a little bit compared to the year prior. That's due to the market inflation actually leveling right out year over year. But the growth was pretty much right there with last year. This slide here is all classes combined, so it's the total assessment base, 5-year history compare.
Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to our presenter, we're seeing growth both in residential and non-residential. Are you seeing a equal percentage growth year by year on both property types? Do you know? Do you have that metric? Just curious if we're starting to see something catch up on the non-residential side.
It will not be, Mr. Chair, it will not be exactly the same, but there is a parallel in it.
You're not seeing one grow faster than the other at the moment?
Probably residential is growing faster.
Still?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We'll get into that here in a little bit too. You can compare the 5-year history in a few slides with regards to growth on both instances. So looking at the taxable assessment specifically, this is a table breaking down the change. So it gives you an idea of where the changes occurred, like basically segregated into different percentage ranges. And the important takeaway here is 78% of the properties are going to be experiencing less than 10% change, with the majority of that being very close to, closer to the zero change, like 1, 2, 3% versus the 10%. It's a bell curve situation for the most part. And then this is a similar table. Instead of percentage change, it's dollar change, which actually is more telling in my opinion. 66% of the properties are going to be experiencing less than a $25,000 change in value. Some lower, some decrease, some increase. 20% of the properties are new properties, essentially, either new construction or newly created accounts due to subdivisions. So that takes that whole tally up to 86%. So you can see that overall, there is very little change year over year when it comes to assessment of existing properties. This is a metric that I use it's something, I guess, of a reflection of economics, just broad economics. New accounts, new taxable accounts. Well, new accounts total, but most of them are always taxable in this city especially. 2025, we experienced 1,257 new accounts. It looks like a significant reduction from last year. However, last year's new parcel count of 2017 also included a whole lot of parking stalls with some condominiums. So it's a new account, but it's not really a new residential account, if you will. So it's very similar to last year's figure when you take that out of it. Definitely strong when you look at over the last 5 years. Development permits, again, very similar to 23 and 24. Slightly down, but still an incredibly high number. Okay, this kind of drills down into the different areas of Chestermere and the change in market. This is speaking of market. So land on your standard residential properties, not lakefront, not fringe, not condos, but just standard residential properties, land increased between 4 and 6%. There were a few exceptions depending on the locations in the city, but generally speaking, 4 to 6%. Land keeps going up every year, it appears. Overall improved, so we're talking about just your regular typical lot with a house on it. It varied depending on location, anywhere from a 2% drop to a 2% increase. So overall, the broad spectrum, minimal change year over year. Especially when you compare to what's happened over the last 3 years, the market change that occurred. This was a very, very much a leveling off year. Lakefront land increased anywhere from 3 to 7%, depending on the size of the lot, the location of the lot, the amount of frontage, etc. When it comes to lakefront improved, so this is land with a residence on it, it varied, but overall minimal change for many. So there were some exceptions, depending on the type and the age of the home. There was such a varied, I guess, structure, ages and types and quality of builds across the lake that we do quite a bit of analysis on each type. And because you can have 1970 homes, and then you can have 2000 built homes, you can have homes of 1,500 square feet, you can have homes of 3,500 square feet. It just varies. So the market doesn't react or isn't applied the same way throughout necessarily. We actually will break it down into the age categories and the style categories of the homes, just to determine if there's anything that we can ascertain out of that analysis in order to apply a correct market change year over year. Residential fringe, this is always seems to be a strong property type in town, likely because of the expansion, the urban sprawl. Land increased 10 to 20% depending on what direction from the city hub. And then overall improved 5 to 15%. And this likely just goes to the development of lands as the city expands. The adjacent lands get more valuable and more valuable. And then the condominium situation was actually somewhat healthy last year. It leveled off compared to prior years, but still was on the incline, anywhere from 2 to 5%. There is enough condominium activity in the city that we can separate that out and study it as its own property type as opposed to residential standard. So here we have residential growth, and I'll probably flip back and forth here on 2 slides because the next slide is non-residential growth, and this relates to the question earlier with regards to if there's a parallel between the growths within town. So in 2025, we had 10.1% of residential growth and 0.7% residential inflation, which makes the 11%. If you add that up, that's 10.8 rounded to 11%. That's where we come up with the 11% residential assessment gain in that very first table that we looked at. So you can look at the prior years. If we look at growth specifically, 10.1% relating last year to 11.3%. But you can see we have had so much growth that the growth in dollars was greater in 2025, but less of a piece of the pie because of so much growth that happened over last year. But still very, very, symmetrical with dating back to 2022. Residential inflation, you can see what's happened since 2021. and then this year leveled right out. We got all the way up to 14% inflation, or market change, I'll call it, in 2024, and this year was 0.7 as a whole, as a city as a whole. Now, we've got 10.1% residential growth, and then if we go to the next slide, 7.4% non-residential growth. If we look at 2024, non-residential growth had 12.5%. Last year, residential growth was 11.3%. So they're very similar. They're not exactly the same, but it all depends on when the start of construction is part of it, and the demand. So I think that there's enough parallel there that we can call it, it seems to be growing at relatively the same rate. So focusing on non-residential assessment growth, we've got, like I say, 7.4%. Market inflation was 1.6% for 2025. That adds up to 9%, which is what we had at the beginning. Now, pertaining to the reinspection schedule that I had mentioned earlier, this is how it breaks down. We've had to morph this over the last little while because of the amount of growth that's occurred in the city. It wasn't many years ago that the actual housing boundaries, the areas that were inclusive of just houses, was right where the 2029, the pink area is. We didn't go beyond that, so that's what we focused on. But now we have that housing to include, so we have to then redistribute how we reinspect the city to maintain kind of a roughly an equitable parcel count for each year. So in 2026 or 2025 was the orange area. What we do in a reinspection is we're verifying that the property is what it was the last time we were there, which could be anywhere from 1 to 5 years prior. So we approach a property. If it's been resided, renovated externally completely, well, then we'll make notes. We'll possibly even speak with the owner if need be, take a new photograph of the property to update that, and make any changes to the assessment. For the most part, properties don't change over a 5-year period, but eventually they do. They're upgraded. So that's what we're looking at. We're also, in the same process, we're going to be verifying sales that seem to be outliers. We'll be doing other tasks in that time. So that's the area that we did in 2025. 2026, we're focusing on the fringe area of the city, as well as most of the entire east side of the lake. So that'll be the big project that we'll be doing over the course of this summer. So along with the physical inspection, we also mail out a reinspection or a request for information letter that just asks the property owner if there have been any changes to the property, physical changes to the interior typically, and the exterior, but the interior is what we're desired to know. Moving forward, now before I get into the 3 bullets here, I do want to, I typically kind of mention what can we expect for the coming year, assessment-wise. We're already close to our valuation date for the 2026 assessment, being July 1st. So we've got quite a number of sales since the 2025 assessment. We've got all the way from July 2025 up until, well, I've got up until April. May just became available not long ago, but I'm speaking of as of the end of April. It looks like vacant land will likely be going up again. If I remember right, it went up 4 to 6% for residential vacant land in the city. It looks like it's going to probably go up somewhere in there again, anywhere from 4 to 5%. When it comes to improved residential, I'm not speaking of specific lakefront or anything. I'm just speaking of the general residential market. We may be dropping a bit there. A little bit of softening seems to have occurred, maybe not in all areas, but in some areas. So I expect to possibly, after the analysis is done, to conclude that 1 to 2% drop. We'll see. We still have 2 more months, May and June, and they're usually the hotter months, the more active months for sales. So we'll see what that portrays. And then non-residential properties, it's really inconclusive. There are too few sales to make any type of assertion on that. So going into the three items here, well, what we did, we fielded calls resulting from the assessment notice mail out. We did that in March and April and part of May. We answered inquiries, addressed concerns, scheduled inspections. As mentioned earlier, there were 72 inquiries on the count and 3 outstanding complaints that we're still open and handling. Next, we'll be preparing the request for information letters to be mailed to non-residential properties. That will be occurring here in a few weeks to all the landlord-tenant relationships. Anytime there's a bay or a building being leased out, they will get one of these letters. The owners will get one of these letters. That'll occur in July. And then the scheduled residential reinspection area will also be conducted. That'll be anytime between May and September. It's quite a lengthy task. And those same letters will be sent out typically in September, October as well to the residential properties that we'll be reinspecting. Thirdly, we'll be completing the process of the supplementary assessment. That occurs, we start that process because of the volume of growth, of new construction. We usually start that in August, and between August and the end of October is when that's conducted, reinspecting sometimes upwards of 800, 900 or 1,000 properties. Actually, probably more than that. Those are the actual new builds that we've been picking up over the last several years. We reinspect all vacant properties at the end of the year as well to pick up, to assess any new housing starts that may have not reached the development permit spreadsheet that gets sent to us, because things happen so fast in the city that we actually do that. And there are, in many cases, we don't even know of a development permit on a property, but we've got evidence of a foundation in place as of December 31st, and we assess it. So that's something that we do that is actually quite productive. We'll also be completing the inspections on incomplete construction and analyzing the market anywhere from October through December. And I am open to questions. I hope I've fell inside my 30 minutes of window.
Thank you. The question I have, what's the city's process involvement? What's the city's involvement in the assessment process? So where that question comes from is a question that often pops up in the community, possibly on the socials, is that the city, especially the mayor, is involved in the assessment process, and that the city utilizes the assessment process to further increase taxes, and the city is involved, and that it's actually the city who does the assessments. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to, it's a bit of a myth buster, I believe, is what I'm asking you to do. If you could help with the myth busting of city involvement in the assessment of properties, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. If I certainly will. First off, I can say without a doubt, in any of the municipalities, City of Chestermere included, the municipality itself has no bearing on how we conduct assessments. And first and foremost, what I can say is, if that were to be the case, that would be stepping over ethical boundaries in our profession, essentially, at the end of the day. I've been challenged on this by property owners before, and I've said the same thing time and again in my 30 years of being in this profession. We are a third party. We are hired to conduct the assessments, and we do them completely separated from any municipality, City of Chestermere included. The process whereby the city is involved is providing us with the data we need in order to process the assessment. And the data is going to be a development permit list annually. In this case, we get it monthly from the city. We need to know where new construction is occurring. That's, and then working with the assessment and tax clerk with the city to create new accounts. That's another step that we require city involvement in. But it's those administrative items that we need help with from the city, not the valuation. When it comes to the valuation part of the whole service, That has nothing to do with the city. That is completely completed by us, and there is no type of connection or involvement by any municipality when it comes to doing our job in that respect.
Right. So you are involved in the city involvement is just another methodology that you utilize to collect information.
Correct.
Would be the simple way to put it.
Yeah. Everything from collecting information to setting up these new accounts because of the new plans that come in. Sometimes they're anywhere from 100 to 1,000 new accounts that need to be created through the subdivision process. We need to be able to have a roll number, an account, to be able to build an assessment on, and that's where they help us with. Yep.
I appreciate the explanation. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council with regards to assessments? Seeing none, with that then, I believe that we're going to have the motion to accept for information. So now, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept assessment update presentation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Just want to say thank you for the presentation and appreciate the information coming back to council.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, for the privilege of all of your time.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a quick 9-minute break, come back at 11:15 as we do have a guest presenter that was going to be starting 6 minutes ago. So we'll take a quick break and we'll start at 11:15. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Going into our next presentation, we have from Prairie Waters Playground, being presented by Mr. Travis Baird, Chair of the Prairie Waters Elementary School Council. Good morning. Just before you start, Councillor Schindler.
As I stated earlier, I'm going to step out of this presentation due to a perceived conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I stated in the morning, but I never seen this presentation before. But if there is any financial ask, I won't be voting for that. But I want to listen the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Excellent. Mayor Dean, Council, thank you very much for your time this morning. And also a special thank you to your legislative staff for their support in getting here today. It's made it very easy and we appreciate it. As you said, Mayor, my name is Travis Baird. I'm the chair of the Prairie Waters School Council and the Friends of Prairie Waters School Society. With me today is Karen Fillier. She is the principal for Prairie Waters Elementary. So what we are, and I'll be quick about this, I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, understand it, but the school council and the Friends of Prairie Water Society work hand in hand with each other and with the school and the Rocky View School District in order to support the students and the families at Prairie Waters Elementary. And we do that in a number of ways. These two organizations kind of split responsibilities. The school council does provide some financial support and some fundraising. Its primary role, though, is to create a venue for communication between parents and the school, focus on student engagement, to provide assistance through examination of policies, and just to communicate out with the community, to give the parent community at Prairie Waters a place to come and to speak with each other and to the school for the benefit of those students. Meanwhile, the Friends Society really focuses on those fundraising efforts for things kind of like what we're here to talk about today. And they get to do some of those at big events. So you may be aware of like the casino night that happens every few years that goes through the Friends Society, and it provides the real gravity of push for the funds that come in through those groups. So again, what we do, community events and fundraising, student programs, we sit down as a group once every month. This year, it was the first Wednesday of every month, and the administration has the opportunity to bring to us information about the programs at the school and also things that are needed. Some of the best things that we got to work on this year, the administration bought a request for support on field trips. So there were students who were not able to attend field trips because of the cost. And so we, as the school council, were able to forward some money next year to offset those costs and make sure that every student that wants to gets to go on these field trips and enjoy the educational opportunities that this community, Calgary, and the communities around it provide. So our big effort right now, as the mayor mentioned, is the replacement of the playground, which we'll get to. Right here, you'll see some numbers. What I want to point out is these are really kind of the last couple years' numbers. So in the last few years towards the playground, we've raised a little over $100,000. That number will mean more here in a second. It sounds like a lot of money, and then you start talking playgrounds, and it turns out it's not a lot of money. We each year serve about 300 plus families. So that is all of the families of the students that are attending Prairie Waters. If you are familiar with the service area, right, it's primarily north of Chestermere Boulevard from Highway 1 over to what is going to be Bridgeport, so past Rainbow. So it's a lot of kids, a lot of families, a lot of impact for this community. But Prairie Waters has been around a long time, and the school council and the Friends are extensions even of the Conrich School before that. And so the roots and the history of these organizations are deep and have had an enormous impact on the community over the many decades of service. So the playground is our main focus right now. That playground was not built with the school originally, but it is, I believe, several decades old at this point. This is a picture that was taken, as you can tell from the snow, not that currently, but certainly this year. And it gives you an idea of what's going on with the playground at this moment. over the years, any sort of infrastructure is going to degrade. Nobody knows that better than you here on the dais. And so that is what is occurring with the playground. Rocky View Schools undertakes the maintenance for the playground, and they have done an amazing job keeping that up and running. Removing pieces that are broken, installing new pieces, coming in, undertaking even welding on it to repair. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do before eventually you have to replace the infrastructure again, as you know. And so we're running into that issue now, especially along with just the degradation of the components themselves. The company that built this playground no longer exists, which means when a piece breaks, we can't even replace it. There's not another component waiting that can be ordered. So that's what you see here in that picture. That plywood is covering up the hole that used to be a slide. The slide failed, and there's no slide that can complete that piece. And so we just had to close it off. Of course, now the kids don't get to use that. And so what we're looking forward is we're looking for a new playground that helps us to really serve the kids in the environment they are in now. So just like learning, we learn new things, the environment changes. And so even along with the failure of that playground, we're looking to provide a playground that serves kids today in all of the ways that they need to be served, including in their play. There's a lot of different ways that we can update this playground, and one of the ones that I'll just point out is simplest. And for those of you who have parents or kids at Prairie Waters or have had, that's the removal of the surface and a different surface with the playground. Crumb rubber is not popular with anybody at school or at home. And so in updating this playground, we'd be able to get a better surface for the kids. And I think everybody would appreciate that. So the project financials, as I stated, we're at about $100,000, give or take. Thankfully, there's always a little bit of money coming in. What that means in the grand scheme of things, though, is the current estimate we have for the replacement of this playground is $350,000. That's based off of a Rocky View estimate, looking at other similar playgrounds at other schools in the area. That's not a little bit of money, as everybody understands, and it takes a lot to get there. And to be quite honest, the likelihood that we would get to a $350,000 figure doing bottle drives and bake sales in any appreciable amount of time is really slim. So we look beyond the parent groups that we rely on for support, and we go out into the community. So that's one of the reasons that we're here today, is to make that connection with the city of Chestermere. We are reaching out to other groups, including Rotary. We connect with grant proposals. And so there's grants such as the CFEP, which you may be familiar with. The problem with those grant proposals or those grant programs is they're often matching. So in order to achieve the grant, you have to show that you will have the means once you receive the grant to move forward, right? Your project needs to be shovel ready otherwise. That's not a problem from a design standpoint. Rocky View can move pretty quickly on that. But with the largest grant, CFEP grant, being $150,000, as you can see, it doesn't quite close the gap there, which means that we couldn't apply for that grant because we couldn't tell them we'd be shovel ready. We would have been about 50 grand short to $100,000 short.
Isn't the CFEP large up to $1 million?
Sorry, the CFEP large starts at 150, but it was a half-half.
Right. Okay.
So
okay, yeah.
we had to get, thank you for making that clarification. Yeah. In order, because it's matching funds, they'd only give us as much as we were prepared to offer.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So the smaller one is below the $150,000 mark, and we intend to chase that in the fall. But at the end of the day, we have to have enough money in the bank in order to show that, yes, once you deliver that grant, we'll be able to execute. So again, that's why we go to different organizations, trying to close that gap each time. Additionally, something that we want to point out is that with the funds that we expend on the playground, those funds can't go somewhere else to do something else in the Prairie Waters community. So you heard me speak earlier about the cost to defray field trips for students. If we, as the Student Council and the Friends Society, expend all of the funds that we have at our disposal on the playground, then we're not going to be able to offer those financial supports to the school as the year goes on. And as that year goes on, little things come up and needs are there. And so we want to maintain that responsiveness to the community as well as executing on this program right now. So again, unlocking that $150,000 matching grant, or to some other degree, it requires going out, qualifying for the grant, but capturing some of those funds, those intermediary funds somewhere. Right now in May and June, we are applying for some other smaller grants that don't have quite stringent requirements. And then again, hopefully we'll go and chase the CFEP grant this fall, the smaller one. That is allowed twice a year for submittal. And then next summer, if we haven't reached our totals and been able to move forward on the project, then hopefully we've gotten to a point where we'll be able to go after the CFEP large. So the reason for the conversation here today is just to open up that partnership between the school council and the Friends in the city, and to strengthen and respect that partnership that's already existed between the school itself and the city. So we recognize as parents the support that the city has provided in the past to the school on any number of things, including the speed bumps, which have really made a huge impact for safety as kids are crossing there in front of Prairie Waters, right? The opportunity to use municipal reserve land for this playground in the first place, and just the involvement of the city in our various events. And we appreciate that. The other thing that we want to do is we want to be a conduit for support to the city. We don't want this to be a one-way relationship, right? We have a social media presence. We talk to parents. We are involved with the school events as well. So we have a unique opportunity to be in front of people. And so we want the city to know that when the city needs the Friends Society and the school council to help engage the community, to get that message out, to help them understand something, that we can do that and we're there. And so really the big push is for a consideration on moving forward in a larger scale, that playground. This is not a request today for funding, and I want to make that especially clear. That's a big ask, and we don't just come out of the blind and ask for money. But as those opportunities arise where perhaps the city has a chance to support, whether it is through some funding mechanism, or even if it's an opportunity to share in city events where we can do our own fundraising, we'd really appreciate that opportunity. And then if there's a way for us, the best conduit for us to communicate and contact the city to make sure that that information is flowing back and forth to our mutual benefit, we certainly want to know what that is. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. I hope I didn't take 30 minutes on that.
No, you're good. I would say a couple things right off the hop is that if you are applying, this is a standing thing that we've done now as a council. If you are applying for any kind of a provincial grant, please let us know.
Okay.
For two reasons. I think it's a no-brainer that you would have the support of council in terms of a letter of support coming from council for that. The second reason, anytime you're applying for a provincial grant, please let us know, because the chances of us bumping into a minister to have that conversation is probably higher than the chances of yourself bumping into said minister.
I agree.
Just on the work that we do day to day. And we've already seen this play out. We've already seen it play out in our community where we've had not-for-profits apply for a grant. They gave us the heads up, and then we were able to follow up with the minister and seen successful grants coming into our community. So when you apply, please let us know.
Excellent.
So that we can follow up. And so I think that that's an easy commitment that we can make. I think also it's fair to recognize the tension that exists within this, in that the playgrounds at all of our schools and what happens on those properties fall outside of the jurisdiction of the municipality to another level of government. Both the school boards themselves, but also with some of the changes that have now happened where the province now owns the land on which any new school is done. So this doesn't affect you. But I do think it's fair for us to provide the holistic picture to our public as to how this works, because now with the changes in legislation, now the province actually owns the land and the building as opposed to the school board for any new school that's approved post 2025. And so there's a tension point that I think that exists within there that, and I'm not asking her to speak, but I know that Councillor Sambo will have some awareness of, just with her work as a director in Alberta Munis, with some of the advocacy that's happening there as to what that looks like and how municipalities can be involved. So I think that there's a piece. I also think that there was something in here where you were wondering about involvement can you set up a booth, for example? Right. When the city is hosting events and things like that. So I'm wondering, I would turn to Director Dennison through the CAO on this. What is the process that we have right now for a city event if an organization wanted to have a booth at one of our city events that are upcoming? Director Dennison.
Normally what ends up happening is there's a call that goes out to our existing vendors to let them know that there is space available, and then they can submit and apply. I believe there's a minor fee for businesses, and then that fee is waived for nonprofits and charitable organizations.
Excellent. Thank you.
So I guess with that, I would suggest perhaps you could connect with Director Dennison after this and just find out the information as to how, if you want to, booths. And then we also have other organizations. So I'm thinking of the Ag Society. I know the Ag Society with Country Fair that is coming in September. There's always opportunity to have booths at those, and I know that a number of not-for-profits, as well as, I think one that would be very good as well is Energizer Night. So Energizer Night is now hosted by Little Lake Locals and usually happens, I'm going to get this wrong, but the second or third Wednesday in September. And then it happens again. So there's one in the fall and there's one in the spring. But coming to Energizer Night, I think could also be an opportunity. There are a number of organizations, sports organizations, not-for-profits, who all attend the Energizer Nights as well. Could be another method for doing that. Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was also going to suggest the Chesimard Children's Festival, which I believe is this coming weekend. It might be too late for that one, but if you need a connection there, that would be the perfect place to have a booth. I have some questions, Your Worship.
Sure, and that one is also with Little Lake Locals. Would be the connection for that one. Councillor Sambo.
All right, thank you. So through you to Mr. Edney and to the presenter, thank you so much. I also took particular note that you are the chair of both the council and the Friends Society, so wow, thank you for doing that. I know it's really hard to get volunteers and parents involved with those societies, and it's really important work, so thank you. So how much is in the Friends bank account right now? Because you said you've raised $100,000, but you also noted that that could clear you out. So is there $100,000 in there?
Right. So between the Friends, so that 100,000 is Friends and School Society. I believe the Friends Society is around the $70,000 mark, but I'd have to check. I know that we have about $48,000 from AGLC, from our casino, our last casino night, and then we have other funds that have flowed in there. But it usually holds more than half of the total.
Okay. So the $100,000 isn't going to completely clear out the bank account if you're able to go ahead with this plan.
Well, we would put all of the funds that we have access to it. Our expectation now would be towards that. So both the Friends account and the school council, both having separate funds, would put those funds and assign them towards the playground, unless we were able to come up with other sources of funding that allowed probably the school council to retain some back first.
Some unsolicited advice. It's way easier to get funding for capital projects than for, field trips and that kind of stuff. So
Right.
if I were you, I would reserve some and see if you could get that extra $10,000 or $20,000 from CFEP or CIP or something like that. That would be my advice. Mayor Dean referenced the changes to ownership, which is it is a really interesting time to be receiving this presentation. I find this to be a really great presentation. But there is a challenge because there's a lot that's unknown about how that relationship and ownership is going to change and what approvals will be needed to do this kind of thing. You know, so if you had all the money yourself, what kind of approvals will you need to do that on somebody else's land technically? And we encounter the same issues. So that's a barrier that I see right now because we don't have those answers, and those questions have been asked and not yet answered by the provincial government.
Sorry, and just on that, to clarify, the provincial ownership is only for school sites approved post 2025, currently.
Currently.
But just to clarify that, because I don't want to, before, you know, for the 754 people that are watching our stream right now.
Well,
Right, but on that note, just so we're really clear on that, is only for those. However, I do know that there's curiosity if that could change on previous ones, but yeah, absolutely.
Right. So we recognize that the relationship between education, especially facilities, and the province is a dynamic environment right now. One of the reasons why the purpose of this presentation is just to open the dialogue.
Yeah.
Right. Because we understand that there's a lot of question marks for you and for other organizations. And so if we're going to come here and eventually ask for something specific, then we're going to need to provide it in a world in which you understand and know the answers to your questions.
Absolutely.
We appreciate that.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. That is an important distinction. Where I was going with that is I also think it's important to recognize that what council in the city is willing to do for one school, we'd have to be willing to do for other schools.
Absolutely.
Right? That is also another barrier. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions to administration just to poke at what is possible. So Rocky View Schools maintains the playground. Are we aware, this might be through to the presenter as well, who originally built the playground?
So my understanding in talking to Rocky View Schools was that the playground was built by the school. And I'll look to Karen just in case she has different information.
It was built by Conrich School, is my understanding, and then it was moved onto Prairie, onto Prairie Water's Rocky View property, and it currently is not on school property, it's on municipal reserve.
So, sorry, just because that wasn't caught on mic. It was originally built at Conrich School and then moved to Prairie Water School is what we believe that happens there. My understanding from speaking with both school board trustees is that playgrounds are built as part of the school process when a school is built. So the new one is done, but that is not... but then the maintenance falls to school, but a new one essentially ends up falling to like a friend society or things like that, that it is not part of that process. That's my understanding from talking to the trustees, but I could be incorrect, but that's...
That conforms to my understanding,
Yeah.
speaking both to the trustees as well as Principal Fillier and Rocky View Schools facilities group.
Like, for example, when the new K-9 in the Dawson area is built, there will be a playground that will be a part of that process, but then it essentially becomes then a part of the school process in terms of like replacement and things like that.
And I have had conversations through email with other school council friend society heads that have gone through this process as well, so that they experienced the exact same thing, in which once it came time for replacement, it was up to a fundraising effort on behalf of the parents in the organization rather than the school district.
And I also understand that I think that this process of it was at one school and moved to another school is a practice that may not be followed anymore, because I think that's this was a very unique circumstance that happened with this one, and is certainly not a normal, consistent practice that happens, but I don't even think it's a practice that the school boards are doing anymore, of this moving of a playground. Basically, from my understanding, is once they're decommissioned and removed, they're decommissioned and removed, and they just go away, is my understanding. That's based on a previous role I had in trying to obtain playgrounds. Councillor Sambo?
Your worship. And please cut me off if anyone else has any questions. So, from that discussion as well, different schools have different ownership models for playgrounds and school sites and that kind of thing. So in this particular case, I think this playground is on municipal reserve, which means that it's technically kind of sort of owned by the city, but not really operated in that way. Mr. Edney, that makes it very complicated to assess the fairness of funding something like a playground. I was wondering if you could discuss, for example, how the playground replacement program works with the city. Is that budgeted annually? And what criteria is there for replacing a playground? Is the criteria municipal land? Or what is the criteria for that?
And also within this particular case, my understanding is it's even more complicated, Councillor Sambo, in that I think like half the playground is on the school land, and a portion's on the school land and a portion's on the municipal reserve city-owned land. I think even complicates what you're saying even further to that. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to Councillor Sandbo and the rest of council. I may have to report back with you on some more details. I'm not intimately familiar with all aspects of the replacement program. I do know we budget every single year about $160,000, and then we increase that with what we expect for inflation. And that's to replace one playground in a city-owned park area. And my understanding is we're basically just rotating through the oldest playground and replacing that every year, or unless there's one that for some reason has, received excessive damage or something like that. I'd have to report back on exactly the details, but that's my general understanding of how we do it. We just are cycling through the oldest one and then every year replacing one playground on city-owned park space. Don't believe we do any of that for the schools because of that jurisdictional question that you're discussing right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to this question. Thank you for the presentation, Travis. I really appreciate for that. My question is for Mr. Edney. Is all the school playground land or play park area is the same situation we are now like seeing the presentation? All the school has the same criteria, or only this specific playground have the issue? Like the land.
Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Randhawa, I'm going out on a limb here. I'm not necessarily certain that who owns the land is necessarily relevant to the conversation, because I think the conversation is who's the intent of that playground meant to serve. I do agree that the land complicates perhaps ownership at the end of the day, but practically I think whether it's on city or school land, it's a park or it's a playground for that particular school. If that answers the question.
Well, I also think within that's where the perception piece comes in, right? Because land ownership is a part of it, but then there's the perception piece that comes in that if here's what I think we're kicking around, and so I will just cut right to the chase. I think what we're talking about is if the playground at Prairie Water School was solely on city land, then does it become the responsibility of the city to totally do that? Whereas if the playground at Eastlake School was solely on Rocky View land, does that one come on there? And I think the perception problem that comes in is if the city went in and only did the one at Prairie Waters, I believe that the families of Eastlake School don't really care about land ownership. Their perception would be that the city has demonstrated favoritism to one school over another, and that could create a really fun time on the socials for council. And so I think really that's the issue we're dancing around. And so just a name it and claim it type of thing, I think that's what we're really talking about here is not just a specific ownership piece, but also the perception piece that even the idea of equitable, fair program. And then outside of just talking about our public schools, also going to our Catholic schools as well, right? If we were to do that, say, at a Prairie Waters and not at an Eastlake or not at a Our Lady of Wisdom, for example, I just think the city could be walking into a rather difficult situation to navigate, which would make our comms team stay up at night trying to figure out how to communicate that out. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. And you're correct. We all say it. Perception is reality. That being said, I don't know, to Mr. Edney's commentary about ownership, I don't know if ownership matters as much unless it was fully owned by Rocky View Schools, which we know it's not. Understanding how it's funded is what's important here, and understanding how we fund all playgrounds that are not being funded by Rocky View Schools, for example, is something that I'd like to see. I know there's no motion on the table, but there is a specific ask coming from the presenter. Looking at this holistically as a unique circumstance is something that I'd need to see if a motion was presented at a future meeting of council. So that's one comment that I'd like to say. The other thing is, the mayor is absolutely right. Perception is reality for a lot of our residents, but we have to make tough decisions. That's why we're elected. So if this does come to council, I mean, there's 7 of us that are elected to make those decisions. So what I'd like to see at a future meeting, if there's a councillor willing to make a motion to look at funding this project, we'd have to look at this. I would like to see us look at this holistically with our budget restrictions for funding other playgrounds on city-owned land. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And all of that to say, I think the offers that we have offered still stand, right? If you're going after grants and you're doing those things, that's something we can go on right now to be able to support with. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have another follow-up question to the previous one. I agree. I 100% agree with the Mayor Dean and Councillor Warsnowski. So if there is, my thing is, if there is some confusion about who's owning this piece, and can we fix this one in the future, so then the situation is come in front of us, is won't we for the future in 10, 20, 50 year? If we can, I think that we appreciate.
Okay, thank you. I had a quick question about something that was in the presentation that I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer or not. There was a comment that was made on one of the slides that says, current design does not meet modern inclusive play standards for children of all abilities. So this is on Our Playground Needs. There it is right there. So under limited access, it says current design does not meet inclusive play standards for children of all abilities. Is there a inclusive play standards document, or is there something along those lines that outlines what the inclusive play standards are for playgrounds?
So I am not intimately familiar with it.
Sure.
In the conversations with RVS, they do look at the full spectrum of needs of students.
Okay.
In the schools that they service, right? And so they would be looking at the design to meet all of those students' needs as best as I understand it. And I'm getting a nod. Yes, that means so far I'm in the right direction.
Okay.
So I am, from my professional life elsewhere, I am tangentially aware of, yes, those standards exist. I don't know how RVS implements them, but they have made clear that they do examine and implement them. Right now, one of the things specifically that doesn't meet is obviously as parts of the playground fail, right? And parts become no longer accessible, then you start running into issues where there may be some parts that were accessible before that now are no longer.
So council could follow up with school board trustee to find out what RVS talks about when they talk about the inclusive play standards.
Certainly, and that's
Okay.
something that we would
That
have a
makes sense.
conversation with as well, just to understand as we move forward in our own funding process. And so as I become more aware of it, I'd be happy to forward that on to the city.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenter, I just wanted to offer, please send your meeting invitations to council at any time if we can make it. I know if you're meeting on Wednesdays, it's unlikely I'll be able to attend, but we all try to attend these community events whenever we can. To wrap up some of my comments, to me, the ownership does matter, because for me, that's an assessment between, is this a one-off we can consider, or is this a program that we need to figure out because other schools are also having the same issue? So the ownership of the land, to me, would identify whether this is a one-off that we could consider, which is much easier to address than schools need funding, they're not getting funding from other sources, right? Like, that's a way bigger issue to address. So that's why I'm asking those questions about ownership. So if it does come back, that is what I would be curious about.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, so there could be a motion in there. It sounds like there's some interest from council. However we feel about funding going forward, I think that's going to be a separate debate. But it does sound like there's a motion brewing from some of our councillors with regards to ownership of playgrounds located on school lands. That would be then indicate that the school is land. So I would say, I wonder if there's a motion, so for council to direct administration to investigate who owns the land for playgrounds adjacent to schools in Chestermere. Does that make sense? So all we're asking admin to do is just go find out, right? So if it's adjacent to Prairie Waters, East Lake, Our Lady of Wisdom, CMLS, right, then just to find out for us who owns that land, and then at least we would have that information. Okay, do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion? Councillor Sambo.
I can certainly do that, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to investigate who owns the land for playgrounds adjacent to schools in Chestermere.
And bring back a report. And bring back to council. Okay. Time stamp. Mr. Redney? Fall? End of October?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Sambo, can I get you to restate the motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to investigate who owns the land for playgrounds adjacent to schools in Chestermere and bring back a report to council by the end of October 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I don't have another motion that comes out of this at the moment other than to accept for information, but looking to council to see if there's any other actionable item that you believe that would be fitting for a motion other than to accept for information right now, knowing that the offer stands in terms of what we do anyway for supporting community groups with grant applications. Okay, seeing none, I also want to echo what Councillor Sambo says. So CMLS makes it a point of having me attend at least annually, if not biannually, their parent council meetings. And so it's just a standing item that they have. So they just invite me and I go at least once a year. Often now it's turned into twice a year. So absolutely that stands. And just please connect with our executive assistant, Charity, who takes care of my life because when I do it now, so she takes care of my calendar. So please feel free to just reach out to Charity Potter, and I'm happy to come and attend and either do a presentation from things the city is working on. That's how I've done it for them, is I've done a quick presentation on some things the city's working on with relation to youth and education and those sorts of things. And then I just kind of, and then it's a Q&A for however long you want to Q&A me for. So happy to offer that to all of our parent councils, but since you're here, that's a standing offer that absolutely exists. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to give you the information for the Energizer Night. It's coming September 9th at Rec Center. Time is 6 to 8 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor Randawa. Okay, with that, I don't think there's any other motions other than we're going to accept for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion to accept the presentation for information, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your
Sorry.
Worship.
Because you've declared the conflict of interest, I don't think you should make the motion. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Just move the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Prairie Waters Playground presentation for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Yeah, because you stayed. Yeah. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate
Mayor,
it.
Council, thank you to you and your staff. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I'm going to call for our lunch break, but we're going to come back at 12:45. And Mac, you're in the room. Yeah. Do you think your presentation will be less than 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Are we good to go at 12:45 then?
Yes. I have a meeting at Public Works at 1.
Why don't we do it right now then? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. Okay. Sorry, we're just going to accommodate our manager of IT, his schedule here today. So we're going to move quickly to 11.2. We're still on, right? You didn't turn off. Okay, good. Thank you. Information technology, IT asset digitization, being presented by Mac Langan, manager of IT. Good morning.
Good morning. This report for information is for the Governance and Priorities Committee, represented by Mayor and Council here today. So yeah, this is just an update on our ongoing asset digitization / document management system implementation. So a little background. As we all know, public records such as permits, bylaws, agreements, engineering drawings, and other sort of administrative documents are a core municipal responsibility, with many of those document types subject to lengthy retention requirements and potential access to information requests. The city's previous reliance on physical filing and informal network drives and different shares on digital platforms, it introduced a lot of real risks. So it introduced slow retrieval, inconsistent version control, and gaps in our records compliance. The Document Management System Initiative directly addresses these challenges by establishing a secure and centralized repository that meets provincial legislative requirements. This translates to faster, more reliable service for residents and a stronger compliance posture for the organization. Just because it's referenced later, the system that we decided on is called Therefore, which we acquired through the RFP process. So this implementation is being led by the IT department in collaboration with departmental representatives. So kind of as we move through it, the project is progressing in 3 concurrent work streams. So the first one is the digitization of physical records, so scanning everything in. The second part is process automation, which is working to eliminate the ongoing creation of those paper records, as well as tighten up and streamline a lot of our systems here. And then part 3 is, of course, migrating all of our existing digital files into the system. So the current status on all of that. So the physical record scanning is almost complete. We've sent off our final load, and we're just waiting for all of that to get scanned, and then we're pretty much done with all the physical records. So that should be completed by the end of this month. Everything's looking great, and the quality is excellent. So pretty happy with how that's gone. Our process automation is currently in progress. We're working on integrating with several different platforms right now. Namely, we're working to fully digitize and automate the accounts payable process, our onboarding procedures, as well as many approval processes that are attached to those procedures, just to, well, they previously generated all those records that we're scanning in right now. So that's sort of the plan, is to eliminate that. This is going to reduce all of the burden of scanning newly created documents, and it's also going to create significant efficiencies within the organization. And then, of course, part 3, we have the network, pretty much all the data on different parts of the network, not only the shared drives. But we've been working on this for a while. I'd say it's still sort of in the beginning stages. We're working on about 5 departments right now. We've got 2 completed. But essentially, that's migrating everything from those different locations. It's pretty intensive. It involves reviewing all of the documents, ensuring that they fit within our requirements, reformatting them, classifying them, getting everything brought up to the standard before it's put into the new system. Departments are being onboarded in a phased approach, and we're really picking up speed on this now that the scanning portion is coming to a close. So we have a little bit more bandwidth to work on that. Some of the implications ongoing right now. So just the financial implication. There's no new budget implications for... saying implications a lot. No new budget implications for 2026. Everything's within the approved budget. Any ongoing licensing is going to be accounted for in the IT operating budget. There is some operational implications, so departmental staff time is required for mostly the file migration as well as the integration requirements. We just want to make sure that we're meeting all the needs of these processes and departments involved. But we are coordinating with those designated representatives to minimize disruption and streamline document retrieval, accuracy, records compliance, enhanced security, and improved service delivery are anticipated outcomes upon full deployment to that phase. Sorry. So just some related policies and bylaws and legislation. So of course is the MGA. It dictates a lot of sort of how things are supposed to be kept. The Access Information Act as well as the Protection of Privacy Act are all closely involved. And then the previous reports that sort of led us to this were both moved by Councillor Sandbo in 2025 and 2026, approving the capital budget. So.
Great, thank you. Question I have is how, I might screw up the number, how this is also going to end up relating to policy 719, I think it's coming back, or 720, the retention policy, yeah. So I'm wondering how this is going to end up relating to that as well.
Directly relating to that, yeah. So all of the document types, as we're calling them, are going to be referenced in the retention policy, and then whatever the policy is dictating according to those different retention requirements will actually be automated within this system.
So any of the hard copy stuff that we are keeping, are we keeping certain things now in anticipation of what can happen with that retention policy as well?
Yes, like we keep what we have to keep. Most of our processes are moving to fully digital, so like a lot of the finance processes, a lot of the HR processes, which have lengthy retention requirements. When it comes to CGI, like their original format, engineering drawings and things like that, they are getting scanned into the system for ease of use, as well as to have that security and just in case anything happens, but we do still keep the physical copies as required.
Thank you.
And then, yeah, anything that's like historical, we're also developing a procedure for that to keep it. So,
okay. And for the old guys like me, how do we make sure that it's still safe on a digital, because we may have gotten rid of the physical, but we still have it and we know we're never going to lose it?
Yeah, so everything's replicated in triplicate. Okay. So we have our original copy. That's replicated into a backup drive, and then it's also replicated to our disaster recovery site.
Okay.
So we've got 3 copies of it.
Okay.
At all times.
Thank you, Councillor Wojciechowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through our chair to you, Mac. I have a question as a follow-up to what he just asked about a backup, and I'm sure I know the answer, but just to clarify on your disaster recovery, that's a third-party cloud-based, completely independent of any hard drive that we have on location or any local cloud that we're using, right? So if somebody hacks us and breaks in, we have likely a password-protected disaster recovery backup for all of our files, correct?
Well, currently we have physical disaster recovery.
Physical? Okay.
Yes, so it's at the fire hall.
Mm-hmm.
So we've everything replicated over at that site. So that's sort of our disaster recovery site. We don't currently back it up in the cloud. It is encrypted. It's fully encrypted at rest and in transit when it's being used. So there is really no risk. Well, not no risk, but limited risk to our information being disclosed if there were to be a breach. But yeah, it's all on premises.
Okay, my next question, not related, is with the scanning. I'm glad to see that this is all on track and what stage it's at. How effective do you think the database will be to like search? with the OCR and all of that, because I deal with thousands of drawings in my own career, and sometimes all you get is a drawing number and it has a whole bunch of information on it, and unless you know that drawing number, you're dead in the water, and often you don't. So having the ability to see how documents are referenced to each other, and word searching, number searching, name searching, and not just that, but how they're connected. Is that a database that we're building now that these files are all scanned in?
That's a great question.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to be working on this project because we are going very in depth with that. We have document linking, so everything from the original permit application all the way to finalized drawings can be linked together and searched. We have several index terms, including drawing number, but not limited to creation date, final date, who was working on it, what department. I could pull up a more accurate list. We have so many different document types, but there's many index values for these different types of documents.
That's the word, index value.
Index value, yeah. We have, especially when it comes to finance, we have like 20 plus per document, and so you can search from any which way that you want. We have fuzzy searching enabled, so if you don't really know what you're looking for, you can find things that are kind of close. You know, I would love to show it to you anytime. It's very cool. Awesome. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you for the presentation. Is there any possible future integration with the website for a subset of the files that are in the DMS?
Yeah, like there's pretty much unlimited integration possible with this. It's very open on the API side. So really it just comes down to like time and effort and sort of scope. So what you like, depending on what you would want from the website. So one of the features of this application is that we are able to put out like public facing forms to ingest information. So a lot of the forms on the website could be converted to essentially a portal to our document management system, so that when a form is submitted, it generates a document that then saved into our system. There's also like a workflow engine that's quite robust. So like there's not many limitations on what it can do, but again, it's just sort of defining what the exact scope of what you want done is, and then just putting the time in. So
that sounds really interesting. Specifically on behalf of SMAC, Chestermere Heritage Advisory Committee, I'm more wondering what would be. I know SMAC is fun.
No.
I love it.
Sorry, squirrel. I'm more wondering what process or what steps I would need to request to start the process of residents being able to find historical documents and digital versions of artifacts on the website. So there would obviously need to be some delineation, some separation between files that are not for public consumption versus that are. But it would be incredible if at some point, kids could do research projects or something by searching on the city website. So what would I need to ask for to start something like that?
yeah, so that, like, we could definitely take this sort of offline, if you will, and talk about that. So the actual like search and retrieval part of it, maybe I oversold the integrations a little bit. So we can ingest and we can process data in lots of different ways. When it comes to the actual searching through the indexes as a source, that's sort of limited to like a license and having it internal. I can definitely look into it. I do think that there's other solutions for that though. So we could definitely make that happen. I just don't know if it would be the way that you're thinking. But it'd probably be more user-friendly that way.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Not providing any direction, so please talk to CEO Edney before you go and do any work on that.
Yeah.
But that is something I'm curious about, because if integrating these historical records and that kind of stuff into the DMS is not ultimately the most useful thing, if we would consider something else, I'm like wondering if that's wasted effort. If, in my opinion, the ultimate goal is not only retention but also searchability. We want people to be able to see these so that they're living records. So that's my feedback.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, we can definitely work something out. Like we can certainly get a solution for that. I just don't know if it would be a direct integration into the DMS. There might just be a little bit of, we can certainly figure something out for that. That wouldn't be too difficult. So
I just love how you can just tell that Mac's brain right now is going 100 miles an hour. Yeah, he's trying to figure this out. Like he's trying to problem solve this in the next 2 minutes, which is what I love. This is awesome. This is all he's going to think about from here to community ops for his next meeting. Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Okay, thank you. I believe then we are going to be accepting for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Government and Priority Committee accept the document management system implications, progress, updated report for information.
Comments, questions from council? Just want to say, in all sincerity, I appreciate the passion that you bring. I remember Councillor Warzanowski last year commenting on some presentations talking about the idea that there's just a different level when somebody comes passionate about what they're talking about. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. If they're passionate about it, it's almost it just enhances, and I love it when you get a chance to talk about IT stuff, just how passionate you are about it. So I will say from this side of the bench, we love the passion that you bring to your job and the passion that you bring to your presentations. It is very much appreciated on this side of the bench. And like I said, I just know that right now your brain's going 100 miles an hour, and it will not shock me if there's an email to council soon of, oh, here's what I've thought about, and here's like that would that shock any of the 7 of us on this side of our bench that Mac's going to be doing that in the next little while. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. With that, we'll call for the vote.
I think I've already got something good.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Show me.
With that, we'll take our lunch break, and now that we're a little bit later, we will come back. We'll come back at 12:55, just before our 1 o'clock presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break here and continuing on with our agenda, we're now moving to item 9.1.1, which is our Transportation System Management Bylaw, being presented by Mr. Blair Zinken, Community Peace Officer 3. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Blair Zinken, Peace Officer 3, back before you with the Transportation System Management Bylaw Draft 003-26. I hope you've all had a look at the RFI here. Long story short is that the CPOs are responsible for the management and safety on our road system. In 2025, we started reviewing our old bylaws, specifically the traffic control bylaw, snow removal bylaw. We identified some deficiencies that we needed to remedy, and we decided to combine those into a comprehensive package to bring back in front of council as a general high-level update to everything. We've done a lot of enhancements for officer authority, traffic and roadway management, specific to off-highway vehicles, a lot of work done in parking regulations, transit and school bus zones, winter operations, emerging and future infrastructure, permitting and compliance, and procedural and administrative stuff in this bylaw. What this means for residents is that we'll have clear and more consistent rules that are easier to understand and more predictable when we get to enforcement. It'll be more consistent going forward. We'll have stronger snow removal provisions to allow the city operations to go ahead unimpeded. Without an updated bylaw, the city will continue to operate under the old framework, which is outdated by approximately 7 years. It could be brought up to the best standards. The financial implications can be done within the existing city resources and shouldn't have much impact on our financial situation, with the exception of the IT systems, which I believe council has already budgeted for. We have our related policies, bylaws, and legislation, so the Municipal Government Act, Provincial Offences and Procedure Act, the former, or what might be the former traffic control bylaw, and what might be the former snow removal bylaw. We do have this bylaw attached for your consideration today. Further options to consider, you may direct us to bring back this bylaw to the next regular meeting of council for first reading if you so choose. You can advise us to go back and do further revisions and corrections in this bylaw to address any concerns that you raise. And we can discontinue the development of this bylaw altogether and continue to rely on our legacy bylaw, the traffic control bylaw. So just another little bit of a preamble for council that I wanted to put out there. In reading this bylaw, a couple of you might think that I've lost my mind on a couple sections that you look at that haven't come up before. In developing this bylaw, I just want council to consider that this bylaw is not for Chestermere 2026 alone. This bylaw is for Chestermere 2030, 2035. I'm hoping that we don't have to look at this in any significant way going forward. And in developing it, what I did was I looked to other municipalities that are still our size and our comparators, but I also looked to places like Red Deer and Lethbridge, which conceivably Chestermere might achieve within a 10-year time frame. So that's one thing. You'll also note in this bylaw that as much as there are consistencies with how I've drafted other bylaws, there are some deviations. And those deviations are designed to align with provincial regulations as far as how our CPOs interact with the current existing provincial statutes and regulations, how they're worded, and how we can present them to the courts, just for consistency with the judges. This is our biggest bylaw as far as enforcement, and I wanted to make it as workable for our CPOs as possible. So with that, I go back to council with your questions, and how would you like to go through this bylaw?
Thank you. The way I'd like to go through is I have a number of different questions. In the spirit of transparency, everything that I am about to ask or have questions about, I've already sent to Legislative Services for review. In my opinion, I think that we should be taking administration's recommendation and have this coming back for first reading. But before it comes back for first reading, I'm wondering if we could just address some of these things and have yourself working with Legislative Services to address them. I appreciate some of the preambles that you've made, and so what I will do is I will watch my screen for others that may have some questions, but I'm just going to start and work my way through on a few things that I have. And because I've sent the specifics, I won't go through every specific, but because I've sent those specifics to Legislative Services already for a review. But one of the questions that I had relates to the definitions and using consistent definitions throughout. So I appreciate your preamble with regards to some things may not be consistent due to enforcement. So with that in mind, I believe that your term would be notwithstanding that.
Despite, we've updated it to despite.
Despite that, what I would wondering about. So, for example, we have two bylaws that are coming towards us today. We have this one, and then we have the unsightly bylaw that's coming up. And within it, like the definition of council is different. So the definition of council within two bylaws that we're having come today is different. So I would look through our CAO to Ledge Services or to our CAO. I thought that we are doing some work in terms of some of the generic definitions, council, CAO, those sorts of things that we are going to be having a list, if you will, of those ones. And I'm wondering if now is a good time to capture some of those things as these come back. But I'm not sure who to pose this question to. But it's certainly something that stands out to me that in two bylaws that are coming on the exact same day, that there are different definitions, i.e. council has a different definition. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, it's something we're working on. It just hasn't been finalized. It just happened to be when we looked at these, we were looking at them on different days. So like you said, sometimes those small nuances get missed when we're looking at things differently, but we are working to have a complete comprehensive list of when you need that definition in your bylaw. We just pull it from that list and it's then consistent throughout.
Okay.
So we can take note of these two, update them before they come back for first readings to make sure they're consistent.
Okay, thank you. Section 2.15 with e-scooter and the definition. I know that conversations that we were having before was looking back at e-scooters. Have we confirmed whether e-scooters are even allowed? Like are e-scooter, do we have information on e-scooters right now without having an exemption for the city?
To your worship, yes, we have the information. I can provide that if you want on a 30,000 foot view.
Sure.
The long and short of e-scooters is that they are considered a prohibited miniature vehicle under the Operator Licensing Vehicle Control Regulation. Because they are a miniature vehicle, they cannot be registered. And without being registered, they cannot be used on a highway or a road in the province of Alberta. So without a specific exemption, these things are essentially illegal. The problem with the e-scooter enforcement mechanisms that are currently in place is that it's an uninsured motor vehicle ticket and an unregistered motor vehicle ticket, which essentially amounts to almost $3,500 in penalties against the person that you're charging, plus the removal or towing cost, which could be another $300 to $400. Most of these are being ridden by children. I have no appetite to charge a child or I guess a youth, a young person under the definitions, with nearly $4,000 of penalties and potentially incarceration. So they aren't permitted as a blanket 30,000 foot overview. What can happen and what did happen is that a private corporation can apply to the Minister of Transportation or Alberta Transportation's administrative side for an exemption to the provincial regulations as they are. That's how Bird and the other operators in Calgary are allowed to operate. That's the legal side of this so far. The city doesn't have to apply, and unless they have changed their process, which I don't believe they have, the city does not carry the exemption. The company carries the exemption. And that's how you're seeing things like what happened in downtown Calgary with their scooter program, their micro-transportation program. That is how that is operating. If we chose to bring that back into Chestermere, we would have to go through the process with whatever our provider is to make sure that they have a similar exemption. But to my understanding, they do. However, I'm not going to get ahead of myself with this. Manager Hoskins will be back before you, hopefully with me, on July 14th to go through this again, and you guys can debate it further at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A two-part question related to that through you. I'm curious what that means. So I understand what you're saying about the appetite, and I'm glad that you're not giving kids $4,000 tickets. But there is still an issue of these exist. Private e-scooters exist, and young people are often riding them, without helmets and that kind of thing. So given that, is there any provision in this bylaw that is or can be put in that, for example, allows a warning or a ticket for not wearing helmets or driving unsafely or something like that without needing to escalate to those other offenses?
Through your worship to Councillor Sandbo, this bylaw does bring in provisions with respect to e-scooters and essentially prohibits them. In bringing it into the bylaw, that allows us to utilize the municipal tag enabling bylaw and other provisions that are found later on with this bylaw, as well as officer discretion in how that is applied to make sure that the young person understands their liabilities. There's also other provisions in this bylaw for parental responsibility for children and young persons.
Thank you. Follow up to that. Do we have an obligation to prohibit them because they're not allowed under, traffic safety code?
We don't have an obligation to, because they're not allowed under the regulation. However, to make enforcement practical, it would be, how would I word this? Smart to come out with our own provisions that allow us to not hit young people with massive penalties that could lead to incarcerations. There's nothing that stops us from essentially duplicating for our own purposes and applications something that is at the provincial level, provided that we do it in the proper way. That's what I'm seeking to do through this bylaw in section 34.
But if they're prohibited by the province, I don't think we're allowed to put in a bylaw that allows them as so long as, say, you wear a helmet. I don't think we could do that. That does not sound like something.
We couldn't come back and allow for the operation of the e-scooters within the city limits unless the province allows them or we have a company operating with an exception. They are prohibited. They will remain prohibited until the province changes that.
So similar to this morning, I think that seeking some clarity from Alberta Transportation on this would be warranted, because this is not a unique to Chestermere issue. Every city has these things.
Yes.
And however people feel about them in general, in terms of like whether or not people should be riding them, irregardless of that, I think what people are mostly concerned about is them being ridden safely, i.e. having 3 people stacked on one, not wearing helmets, for example, those sorts of things, right? So
to your worship,
in my opinion, the current law is not working, because the current law says no e-scooters. Well, they are everywhere.
Yes. And through your worship, with respect to the e-scooter issue, the reason that I tried to insert it into this bylaw is a prohibition at the city level allows us to have those engagements with students, with young people, to have those safety-related conversations with their parents. Holding their parents liable for the prohibited operation in the manner that I've done in this bylaw does put some accountability onto people. And we do have precedent for parent liability, both at the provincial and within our municipal bylaws.
Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that this particular thing might be an item for debate when it comes back for first reading, because for myself personally, I'm not sure that I would want to duplicate that in our bylaw. If it's already prohibited at the provincial level, for myself, I would rather have something in our bylaw that said you got to wear helmets if you're riding something that's not just a car. Something like that. So, because to me, that's more of a realistic conversation. If we tell people, especially the young people, that they can't use e-scooters, they're just going to have them anyway, especially if they know that they're not likely to get, a ticket for that. So I think that's definitely something to consider and debate on. Related to that, though, some communities are starting to do some bylaws related to golf carts, right? There was a pilot project, and now some communities are bringing this forward. How does that fit into this? And I kind of wonder whether e-scooters and golf carts can't be covered under the same regulation.
Through your worship to Councillor Sandbo, they are classified identically. At the provincial level, they're both considered prohibited miniature vehicles and cannot operate on the highway system. And to your earlier comment, I would tend to agree with you that I would like to see them ridden safely, even though they are prohibited. But to insert something requiring somebody to wear a helmet while they're operating an e-scooter within the city limits, even though they're prohibited, implies that we are condoning that activity. And I would offer advice that the city probably shouldn't condone the activity. We should prohibit it until the province steps up and regulates these things in the manner that they need to be regulated.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I think this question would be more for Mr. Adney in terms of citizen insurance as to what it would be covering. I'm thinking in terms of risk, whether saying that in this bylaw that let's not allow it, does that indemnify the city or not? just something maybe worth pursuing with the insurance company and maybe get their guidance as well.
Okay, I see agreement from Mr. Edney on that. Councillor Schindler?
I want to carry on with the e-scooter thing, but I just had I think it's section 25. There's just an error that you should take a look at. It's not vehicles for fire, it's vehicles for hire.
Okay, sorry. Can we finish off e-scooters first?
Let me
I've
just
got
jump back
every
to
light lit up on e-scooters.
E-scooters,
So
yeah.
before jumping to anything else, can we
That's-
finish e-scooters?
That e-scooters comes up so often in committees, in personal interactions, in municipal interactions with other electeds. And banning them outright is going to certainly have some ramifications with people in this community.
Sorry,
Sorry,
can we clarify something? They are currently banned.
Right,
We
but-
are not banning them.
Banning them in this bylaw and then having that mechanism to enforce, because right now we don't enforce. People just do it. So now this gives us a mechanism, gives our peace officers and our CMP the opportunity to give fines based on not the Provincial Highways Act, but a municipal fine.
Through your worship, that is correct. It allows for more practical enforcement that is not going to throw a young person potentially in jail,
jail.
if liable for $4,000 worth in penalties.
Correct.
But the manner in which I've gone about this is not just a blanket prohibition. And maybe this is just time to scroll down to the e-scooter specific section, Josh. Let's go to 34 point. Is it? There it is. 34.4. So the way I've done this is no person shall operate an e-scooter on the highway. Done. They're prohibited in the city of Chestermere. And then we go into some sections that get creative and are responsive to the province depending on what they decide to do going forward. Because in my estimation, having been doing traffic enforcement for coming up on 14 years now, they are going to have to do something, and I don't think it's going to take very long. So what I've done in this bylaw is 34.4 is the prohibition. 34.5 essentially says that 34.4 has no force and effect if the province steps up and does something or regulates them in a different way. And then 34.6 is a carve out that allows for a private operator with an exemption to come into the city and operate an e-scooter fleet, subject to 34.7 and you scroll down, Josh. 34.8 and 34.9, I believe. Yeah, 34.9. So that's the carve out that we've done for e-scooters. And
Right.
It's designed to give this bylaw some longevity depending on what the province decides to do with e-scooters during the lifetime of the bylaw. So they're prohibited based off of the province's current direction now. If the province in 2 months from now comes down and amends the operator licensing vehicle control regulation to allow for e-scooters on a highway, our bylaw is instantaneously responsive to that direction and we don't have to bring it back in front of council for reconsideration to add in all of the safety stuff that we want.
Sorry, but let's go from a practical standpoint. So under the provincial statute right now, not allowed.
Yes.
So you could, and or a police force, including the RCMP, could enforce under provincial statute.
It's very heavy-handed, your worship, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So then, what we are saying is with this bylaw, we would have a different mechanism of enforcement.
To your worship, that is correct.
And so, if you used our bylaw on somebody on an e-scooter, sorry, it's not a bylaw yet. Under this proposal, if it was used on somebody on an e-scooter, what would happen?
They would be issued a bylaw ticket either in the form of a municipal tag, which they could pay at a reduced rate.
Yeah.
They could have an officer issue a warning under a different type of system. They might be issued a provincial violation ticket. I've been in front of council many times and repeated this. Our job is progressive enforcement.
No, sorry, I'm good there.
No.
Sorry,
So, yeah.
I'm
So
good. Sorry, I want to go back.
No, like
I want to go back. Here's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Have we confirmed with legal that we could have a statute in place that is different than the province on something that is already a provincial regulation? If the province has a regulation on this, we are softening that regulation. So I do know that legislatively, you can have, because we saw this, my understanding is that bylaws can go above, not below. So you can't go below. We saw this, I hate to bring this up as a controversial topic, we saw this during COVID. There was a blanket, here's what you have to do. And some municipalities, including ours, actually went tighter than the provincial restrictions. Chestermere was one, but you couldn't go below. So you and your municipality, because some tried and they got in a lot of trouble for it. So my question is, if we are creating a statute that is actually below the provincial one, is that actually allowed?
To your worship, begging your pardon, we're not creating something that goes below the provincial statute. The prohibition on e-scooters is implied because they are not registerable. Okay, and you cannot operate an unregistered motor vehicle on a highway. You can't operate an uninsured motor vehicle on a highway. We're actually going in and just prohibiting them as a general thing. So as opposed to being an implied prohibition, we're saying they're not allowed. And what we're doing in this proposal is we're suggesting that if the province moves off that position, our bylaw is responsive to that if it happens. Those responsive sections don't actually come into force and effect unless the province moves off their position of the implied prohibition. So what we would be doing at the initial adoption of this bylaw is going in slightly above the implied prohibition and saying, no, we don't want these things, they're prohibited, period. And then if the province softens their position, then the bylaw will allow for some adjustment.
Okay.
But those aren't triggered until the province changes their position.
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to our presenter, I have a few questions. We've covered a broad range of topic here, I guess.
Sorry, just real quick. Is this still
It's all about e-scooters.
Sorry?
It's all about e-scooters.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
So can you please confirm for me if the provincial statute is scooters on a road or are highways, or are highways also considered sidewalks?
A highway would be considered a sidewalk, any part of the ditch from fence to fence, boulevard, the road surface, the median, anything that is basically adjacent to or attached to the roadway surface is considered to be part of the highway, which essentially is every road within the city of Chestermere that falls into that criteria.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, I went a little squirrel on that just because if a sidewalk's a highway, can I drive a car on a sidewalk?
No, that's prohibited as well.
Is it separately prohibited?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying.
Both in the provincial regulations and in this bylaw.
Beautiful, thank you. So with that, how do you think these other municipalities are getting around that, where they're looking at the idea of bringing golf carts onto their roads?
Well, through your worship to Councillor Grant, they can't. I don't know where their line of thinking is on this unless the city is willing to apply for their own independent exemption from Alberta Transportation and hold the liability for that exemption. The regulation on this is clear. A golf cart is an unregisterable miniature vehicle. It's a prohibited miniature vehicle. And because it cannot be registered, it cannot be operated on the highway unless you carry this exemption from AT.
Councillor Grant, do you know of an Alberta?
I believe it's Rocky View. That's
as golf carts.
They don't have it. They're
looking at it.
Looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Because I know in BC you see it at some
Well, in the
resorts.
states everywhere. Yeah.
States everywhere. But I mean in Alberta.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess you half answered my third question, which was, can the city provide for its own exemption?
Through your worship, I don't believe the city can provide for its own exemption. The process could be explored with Alberta Transportation if you wanted to obtain such an exemption. I'm assuming you're talking about the golf course specifically.
No, I am speaking in general. What I'm asking for is, could the city provide or request its own e-scooter exemption, like a corporation could, because the municipality is a corporation at the end of the day.
Through your worship, Councillor Grant, I don't see a reason why the city couldn't apply for its own exemption. I would want to talk to legal about our liabilities as a corporation applying for such an exemption.
Yep.
Because we're essentially allowing something on the road that the province prohibited, or sorry, we are applying to allow something to be on the road that the province prohibited specifically because they consider them unsafe, just because the same safety equipment that goes into a motor vehicle that is registerable is not available in an e-scooter or a golf cart, to my knowledge.
Councillor Grant, live update. Sylvan Lake and Coaldale allow golf carts on the roads. Live update.
Thank you, Mayor Dean.
Live update for you. So, sorry, Councillor Grant.
Through your worship to Councillor Worsnowski, I formerly worked Heritage Point Golf Course, the Heritage Point area in Foothills County, and as much as they're allowed on the road, the same prohibition is there. The Foothills County traffic bylaw does not allow for them, and Foothills County does not carry an exception.
Thank you. And sorry, are we good?
Yeah, you're good.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's you.
So I guess my last question would be, I just want to understand the nuance between an e-scooter, an e-bike, and a bike in how they are used as part of our transportation system.
Okay, so an e-scooter, again, through your worship, is a prohibited miniature vehicle. A bicycle is specifically regulated in the use of highway rules of the road regulation, and a power bicycle is something that is defined federally and is defined by each individual provincial jurisdiction in their own traffic safety legislation.
Okay.
So because it's defined explicitly, and I think I know where you're going with this, because the e-bikes, bikes, and e-scooters are defined separately and they're given separate allowances, I'm not saying they make sense why you would allow for a power bike on the road and not an e-scooter.
Sure.
But they are defined and classified differently by the province.
And that's fair. Absolutely. I just wanted to get, not that I was going down that exact road, but that is kind of what is the difference between all these things and you know, how the youth use it to get around our community specifically that struggles with transportation. So thank you for that.
Just to clarify for everybody, the short answer to that is there is not much difference in reality, but statutorily and regulatorily, they are defined differently, which is why they have different rules.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski, just really quick, e-scooters?
Yeah, briefly. I might tie it to something else, but yeah,
Okay,
I'm going to
before we change topics, I got 3 more green lights on e-scooters, I think.
No, this was e-scooter.
Okay.
So a question through the mayor to you, CPO Zinkin, is I think, understand the spirit of what you're trying to achieve here with the entire document, including e-scooters. But the message, if this does pass and gets presented as a first reading to, or third reading to our residents, would be, these are prohibited. And then all of a sudden, can you imagine the perception of all these kids that want to ride their e-scooters to go get a Slurpee at Circle K, and they're like, we can't ride these e-scooters because it's actually prohibited. Even though it's prohibited at the provincial level, here we're also accepting that it's prohibited here. That's a concern. But my concern would be, my question to you is, what if we just said, you talk about progressive policing, and we support that. You can see that we're getting alignment with that, and you guys do a great job. If this wasn't even in the bylaw, I don't quite understand where policing provincial laws stop and where municipal ones start, because you do police on traffic, for example, all the time. We don't have our own traffic laws. Those are provincial laws. This is a municipal bylaw, if approved. So when it comes to progressive policing, what's going to stop a CPO officer from stopping a kid not wearing a helmet and said, hey, provincially that you're not actually, in theory, these are prohibited. And the fact that you're not wearing a helmet, you're not going to give them a provincial ticket. But with progressive policing, you're going to say, hey, you're not really following the law here. Don't you think you should be wearing a helmet? As a hypothetical example, if we didn't have this in the bylaw at all.
Through the chair to Councillor Worznowski, I would say that that's not hypothetical. That's what we do now.
Exactly. So then what's the point of having it in the bylaw?
I did that as little as 2 weeks ago. The point of having it in the bylaw is where we have sustained non-compliance. We're not jumping from warnings or dealing with parents straight to the high end of liability. We have a little bit of middle ground where we can say, okay, we have talked to you now 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
We now have a middle ground of liability where you're actually responsible and there's an actual tangible penalty. Whereas if we don't, we've got the cutoff of phase 1, early phase 2 enforcement, and then we've got, well, here's your no insurance ticket, and it's a mandatory court appearance. Have fun in front of a judge.
Okay, I understand. That I don't know if that'll help, but I understand the spirit. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo, e-scooters?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay.
So one on e-scooters, one on golf carts related.
Okay.
So both related to my role as director of cities up to 500,000 with Alberta municipalities. First of all, I can share that there was a pilot project that started in 2023 for golf carts on municipal roads. The way to do that, we can currently still do that. You go online to the Alberta government website and there's a form that you fill out. So you put a draft bylaw in there and some other requirements. So that is a possible motion that we could put forward if that's something we wanted to do. The pilot program has a couple of years left in it. I'm not sure that anyone's asking for that. To me, it's a why not if it's not too big of a lift to create some draft bylaws. The other thing is that Alberta municipalities did have an active resolution that was adopted in 2023, which would mean that this year it's expiring on e-scooters. And so it's advocacy to the provincial government on changing the regulations around e-scooters for exactly this purpose. So we could consider either directing me to look into it to find out whether another municipality is considering bringing this forward, or Chestermere could bring this forward in the fall.
Yeah, thank you. I see 2 outcomes coming from this. I think you should follow that up, and I think between our intergov person and myself, we should be following up with Alberta Transportation, because there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions here that exist right now. Councillor Randalla.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney, to the presenter. I just need one clarification. There is a few types of e-scooters. One is for really young kids. One is for like a teenager who they drive so fast. So those all is under same as the e-scooter, because some is under 10. They're smaller one. I seen on the road on the walkway. So I just try to understand those all is fall under e-scooter bylaw or e-scooter laws, or how this thing is, because some they have quite a bit of speed. I understand because they are a bit big and teenager is driving, and some is very small, like a younger kid have it. So
through your worship to Councillor Randall, there are different categories of scooters. Some are permitted on the road similar to bicycles. Others are powered by an electric motor with lithium-ion batteries. The ones that you see going faster that are almost keeping pace with vehicles are going to be typically lithium-ion powered. Okay, and they run off an electric motor, which will boost any mechanical input from the operator or operate the e-scooter independently. The smaller ones that you're referring to, which are legal, are simply by human muscle power.
Councillor Schindler, e-scooters.
Yep. So we do have 34.8 where it says, you will not operate an e-scooter without a helmet, headlight, tail light, braking system. I would go a little bit further and add in working bells, and make sure that those things are reflected for other small vehicles, including e-bikes. The same sort of note here. Fines and progressive enforcement. How will this be applied to current people who are out there, perhaps not following the rules of the road, but still riding their e-scooters?
Sorry, to be clear too, to clarify, 34.8 only comes into effect if the province changes the rules. Because 34.4 says no e-scooters.
That's correct.
Correct, but I would add that for future because we are looking at...
Yeah, no, I'm good with it, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that 34.8 only applies if the province changes the rules.
To your worship, that is correct.
With the way we've currently written this bylaw.
Yes.
Okay.
That also means that there's not a separate provision for people just not wearing a helmet. So we can't just go, hey, you're not wearing a helmet for
That's correct.
skateboard or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay. But yeah, how will this be utilized as a progressive? Can you give me like an example of how we'd use it? Would we confiscate said e-scooter should the offense be egregious enough, or are we looking at just warnings with progression to fines? Or
in the extreme outcome, through your worship, yes, I suppose that you could tow one of these and impound it, and it would be subject to the salvage regulation. The reason that's not done currently is because all of the associated penalties that go with it are so extreme. Okay, under this bylaw, if I were to theorize a strategy off the top of my head, it would start with a heavy communications influence. A lot of news flashes, I believe is what they're called, Facebook engagement, even some community halls and some pamphlets that we might have to produce internally, maybe some stuff going out on city mailers with respect to this. And it would also be done in conjunction with officers actually conducting live stops on these vehicles, issuing warnings, giving out these pamphlets, following up with parents at their home address to ensure that they understand their liability, maybe even going into schools and doing some presentations that we could develop.
That was the answer to my follow-up was how we can make an awareness campaign, and where can we apply this knowledge to get the best outcomes. So thank you kindly.
Yeah, I think when it comes to e-scooters right now, it's clear from this conversation that we need some answers and direction from the province. I think that it would be good for Councillor Sambo to follow up with Alberta municipalities, and for myself and Intergov to follow up with Alberta Transportation, because there's a lot of questions with this. And then also I would like some legal opinions with regards to 34.4 and those sorts of things, and the provisions thereof. So moving off of e-scooters now, just going to 2.16, which is emergency. Again, this one is a different definition than the other bylaw. However, means the same as section 541 of the MGA, or a collision between two vehicles. I'm wondering about the or, because in my opinion, a collision between two vehicles does not always constitute a collision, because you could have a very minor fender bender that they get out, they exchange information and move on. Sorry? No, this is emergency.
Through your worship, just to help clarify with that, whenever a response is initiated that involves law enforcement or the fire service, in the absence of information about the MVC, it is treated as though it is an emergency.
Fair.
Okay. So if we have a call come in and it's coming through the RCMP, minor damage, exchange information, report to the detachment, this is not going to apply. This is where we need to go out and actually be on scene and deal with an emergency scene. The definition of emergency in section 541 of the MGA is a little vague in that it may not necessarily include a collision scene. So I just wanted to be clear to capture that in the event that this needs to apply to a collision, which is later on in the bylaw.
Okay. Okay. I'm wondering too about section 237 and section 215. So section, well, let me make sure I got this right. So permit has a permit to operate granted by the province of Alberta. So 2.15A has permit capitalized, but then if you go to the definition of permit, means a written authorization from the CAO allowing an activity. So 2.15A is referring to permit in province, and 2.37 is referring to CAO under the definition of permit.
To your worship, what I would simply do is correct permit in 2.15 to exemption, because that is the technical term that I am aware of from AT. That's what they're working with when it comes to e-scooters. And that would apply to section 34 as well. Anything referencing a provincial permit would be deleted, and we would go with exemption as the language we're using.
Okay. Just continuing to watch the screen as I go down the list. We in the city of Chestermere, I believe it's outlined in this bylaw, officially our school zones and our playground zones have the same times on them. Correct? That's official?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct, and it is codified in this bylaw in section 5.3.
Mm-hmm.
Mountain Standard Time, something else.
And then 60 kilometers allows for almost all roads in Chestermere then to be utilized for ATVs to be driven on them with the 60 kilometer speed limit piece. From frontline experience, is 60 kilometers too high? Should we be lowering that to 50?
Through your worship, speaking for what we've had since the off-highway vehicles have come into play, they haven't been a major concern. I'm not aware of any major incidents involving off-highway vehicles. With that being said, a high-speed collision with an off-highway vehicle is likely going to have more severe consequences, if you catch my meaning, than between two other motor vehicles where they're properly equipped to withstand that type of a collision, the crumple zones, the airbags, etc. I would put to you that perhaps 60 kilometers an hour might be too high, but I'm going to maintain my position that this is for council to debate and change if you so choose.
Okay, so we would do that when this comes back. I would encourage us to take another look at the whole section 16, everything under 16.1. I just think the bullet points and everything is just, when I go and read it, I can't make sense of it at all. And I took 3 or 4 different runs at it, tried to make some suggestions. So I would suggest taking a full run at 16.1.
I'm seeing just a small issue in what you've got in front of you. Section D was essentially supposed to be deleted, and it was supposed to flow a little bit better than that on the document that I have here. In essence, 16.1 is something got messed up in formatting in this particular version because that's not the way it looks. 16.1 is essentially a duplication of section 44 of use of highways, rules of the road regulation. Josh, if you want to...
Sorry, we don't need to do this right now. Can we just go take another look at it? Because I don't think it's worded properly. That's all.
The only reason it's worded like this is just for the sake of ease by peace officers, because it is a very close resemblance to section 44 with respect to parking and stopping. There was a formatting issue in this version, but if...
That's what I mean. It could just be formatting. Either way, right now, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I can see why you've reached that conclusion.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering about, so I'm looking at section 23.3 with this, and an issue that we're having with one school right now, and we're about to have another new school that's going to open that could have a similar issue, and that is cars parking in commercial areas near schools. And so a vehicle or on a privately owned premises to which vehicles driven by, so this is private premises with public, by members of the public, generally have access to parked in contravention to any specific restrictions on parking identified for the location presumed to be. So we already are having an issue with parent pickup at some of our schools related to commercial areas. Is there anything that the city is able to do with relation to this? Where does that sit? We are getting lots of complaints about this and concerns about this. And so is there anything from a city perspective, from a bylaw perspective, that we are able to do to assist businesses when it comes to this concern that we are seeing, especially knowing that we have some new schools that are opening that are also going to be close to new commercial areas?
To your worship, section 23, exactly what you've read out under private premises with public access.
And so what will that do practically?
Practically, that gives the city is giving itself the authority to go onto private premises and assist them where that assistance is requested.
Because right now we don't have that.
Right now we could do that, but it's not a practice. And the reason it's not a practice is because it is a little bit more ambiguous from the provincial side of things. The province just says, yeah, if it's parked on a private premises without the consent of the owner, then we can go in and we can deal with it. But establishing that consent is usually a little bit more of an issue when it comes to utilizing the provincial legislation. Different places do different things with that. Some send out a form to the owner to send back to the officer to go out and deal with it after it's been signed, acknowledging that this vehicle doesn't have permission. Usually by that time, a couple days have gone past and the vehicle's gone anyways. In this situation, the idea here is that we are presuming that they don't have consent under this bylaw, where we receive a call from somebody that is making this allegation, which would give us a mechanism to go in. The onus would still be on the property owner to call, and I would certainly encourage other types of resolutions, as this would become a quick staffing issue for council's consideration. But that's what 23 does. It would provide a mechanism to help with that area that I'm familiar with.
Thank you. The irony of what I'm about to say is not lost on me, and I'm waiting for the smirks and giggles from across the room, because usually I'm the guy advocating for the idea of like what's written in the bylaw and the gray area that exists and knowing how enforcement's going to work. However, my next two on this, I'm going to do the opposite. So 25.3, no person shall park a vehicle in the city parking lot or parkade for more than 48 consecutive hours. I do this because I go to conferences and I bring city vehicles when I attend conferences. So am I no longer allowed to park my personal vehicle at City Hall when I go to FCM or Alberta Munis?
To your worship, I suppose as it's worded, yes. But
So I think
as
we should
administration, I'm sure we could come back and give you a use of streets permit, which is what I would suggest we amend this to include.
So I think we need to take a look at that one, because I think the practicality of that, as soon as I read that, I was like, I'm not gonna be able to park anymore and go to conferences. But I'm not the only one, right? Like, this is something that is available for all of our councillors, where they will take a city vehicle to a conference and could be gone, or we carpool. So we park here and then we carpool, and people will leave their cars here because it's a convenient spot for us to meet up. There's also one in here, I believe, it's under section 27, so again, vehicles for hire, not fire. But again, this points out the fact that Uber can't drop us off at City Hall.
It can for up to a maximum of 10 minutes. The idea is that we don't want these vehicles to use the city parking lots as staging areas.
Agreed.
As they sometimes have. There's been a number of times I've caught Uber vehicles that are just waiting at Anniversary Park. In the summertime, that's going to become a problem, especially with the congestion that we get in that particular parking lot. In John Peak, it's probably going to be less of an issue, but I've also caught them over at Sunset. So the idea is that you can only park on a highway while unloading for a maximum of 10 minutes, and that we don't want you parking in the parkade or the parking lot to load or unload. What we could do is just clarify that language a little bit. We would prefer them to unload and load on the highway side as opposed to in the parkade, and that's just not to lead to congestion of people using them as staging areas. We can rework that one and certainly take it back.
So yeah, I think just from a practicality standpoint, I think we need to take a look at those. I also don't think under 28.2, in my opinion, and so this would be up for debate, and I can bring this back for debate. I don't think you should be able to park an unattached vehicle, period, on a highway for any period. If your vehicle's not attached, it's okay. We'll leave that one for debate when that comes back then, because that seems interesting to me that I don't know if I want to leave an unattached trailer.
If I may, to your worship, the idea behind that was specific to recreation vehicles, and that's where we have a city that has a lot of people that have their toy haulers, their trailers, their boats, and they may need to leave it in front of their house for a period of 24 to 48 hours while they're loading up to go out for a long weekend or a week in the bush. If we force them to hook up a truck, that might also force them not to be able to load that vehicle up, because they might need to run out to No Frills or to Canadian Tire to get something.
Okay.
We can certainly shorten that to 24 hours. 48 hours looking at it now might seem a little bit excessive, but we could certainly shorten that to 24 hours to give them a window where they might need to utilize that same vehicle that would otherwise be hooked to the trailer, go run their errands, go load up their camper, do whatever they need to do, come back, and you have to hook it back up.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Wozanowski.
Yeah, I won't. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I won't say too much about that. Although I'd also add that there's landscapers and contractors and stonemasons that are always there with their trailers doing work on people's houses, and sure, it would be a pain for them to take their trailers away every single day if they had to. But my comment wasn't going to be towards that. Just a general comment. Just you're hearing it here from the mayor and the panel. If this gets brought back to council for first reading, in addition to the commentary that's been brought forward, I'd also suggest that we aren't being redundant with any laws provincially or otherwise. Another example, I know we spoke about it a little bit in regards to the e-scooters and such, but like passing a school bus, there's probably a provincial law on what you can and can't do around a school bus, yet there's a section here that says you can't pass on the right when the lights are flashing. Well, that, I think everybody knows that, so why would it be in the bylaw? So my general comment is, while you're taking all the feedback from us here, I'd also suggest that you remove any redundancy unless you have a specific reason why it's in there, such as trying to support proper progressive policing on e-scooters as another example. So that's just a general comment.
If I may respond, Your Worship. The reason that there's a lot of duplication that goes into most city bylaws with respect to traffic safety related offenses is to support officer operations. And that is because the Traffic Safety Act does limit what an officer can do as far as responding to somebody roadside that is being less than cooperative. Whereas if there are built-in redundancies in the bylaw, then the general provisions of the Provincial Offences Procedures Act regarding how an officer can respond to these situations, it opens it up a little bit further and allows an officer to take action where the Traffic Safety Act might otherwise limit it.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
If I may move on to section 37. No person being the owner of a premises shall allow any tree, hedge, shrub to overgrow traffic control devices and that. Is it not the city's obligation to ensure that our road signs are clear regardless of whose tree that is, or bush, or is that the
through Your
homeowners?
Worship,
Through the chair to administration, whoever can answer that.
Through Your Worship, it would be the city's obligation to ensure that we have a safe road system. I would put it to council that it is not our responsibility to maintain trees on private properties. I would suggest to council that it is the responsibility of the homeowner of a private premises to maintain their property while considering the public safety using the highway system.
I do recall in I wish I had it in front of me, the Traffic Safety Act saying something about it being on the municipality to ensure that all traffic signals are able to be seen and viewed and maintained.
I can't say as I've ever recall seeing that in the Traffic Safety Act. With that being said, that is a 1,000-page document.
I know.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Two more really quick on this one. 39.6 talks about no person shall sell or display for sale any goods or services on a highway. I have had some of our businesses reaching out to us about we have a few developer signs that are actually right on highways. Go into Dawson. And so I'm wondering about how that would apply, if that's in our current bylaw, if this has been our new bylaw. But right now, I think we're doing a phenomenal job of assisting our local businesses in terms of removing signage that pops up as kind of like the fly-by-night businesses, if you will, or those businesses that don't have licenses in Chestermere and things like that. Does this also, though, apply to developer signs that are put up on highways? Temporary.
To Your Worship, temporary signs on highways bylaw would apply to all signs that fall within that particular purview. This would allow for them to obtain a use of streets permit from the CAO if they wanted to.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question for this, two final questions. Where do impound vehicles go now? If we have to impound a vehicle, where does the city of Chestermere take impounded vehicles?
To Your Worship, there's two mechanisms that this bylaw would allow for. Our present practice is to tow vehicles provincially under Section 77 of the Traffic Safety Act. They would be towed to a private impound yard. Our current contract is with Citywide Towing and Recovery. It's then subject to the salvage regulations, which basically is a fancy way of saying they deal with it. It becomes the province's car within 30 days, if not claimed, and all of the expenses taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Final question. When we look at the penalties, have we considered other municipalities our size and how our penalties relate to other municipalities our size? Do we know where we align?
To your worship, I did a scan after receiving some information yesterday with respect to this question, and we are on the slightly higher end,
Okay.
but not in any egregious way. We're talking our penalties for general parking violations will increase by $35. Most are coming in anywhere from $50 for parking violations to $100 to $110. With that being said, if we issue these same violations under our bylaw tag protocol that we have in place, they can bring down that penalty by half, which actually is lower than most municipalities and what they're doing for parking infractions now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I had one question about 39.13, and it's more so not about the actual writing, but the idea of the street permit. So how would someone obtain a use of street permit?
Through your worship to Councillor Grant, this is actually something that we would be developing. If you go to the very back end of the bylaw, there's a stay on the permitting provisions in this bylaw until 2027. So that we can develop these processes. I would imagine, if I'm just to spitball off the top of my head, there would be probably something to do with our catalyst system, is what I've been hearing, that would allow for people to apply for them. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but that was the last thing I heard about the catalyst update.
So as far as that, the process right now, what would be the process to have a construction bin on the road?
The present process to have a construction bin on the road is to contact the roads department and seek the approval of the roads manager. The roads manager will decide whether you can or can't and send out an email that provides all the conditions under which the bin can be placed out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I see 3 actions coming out of here, and CAO and Ledge Services, I'm going to ask for your assistance in what we think needs to be motions and what we think are just a matter of work that happens. So the 3 action items that I see coming out of our discussion today would be 1, for Councillor Sambo to follow up with AB Munis on the resolution and to bring back information for council and administration, for the mayor to follow up with Alberta Transportation with regards to clarity on e-scooters. I also think with that this is an area where I could see us adding this to an agenda item for both our IMCs as well as for our regional roundtable conversation, as well as MCMC. Like, I think I need to go away and do some work, especially knowing now that one of our MCMCs has a bylaw for golf carts. I think that's an easy one for me to make a phone call and find out about. So I will go away and do that. So I think there's some action items for me to follow up on and bring back to council. And then my recommendation would be that admin bring back this bylaw, and I'm going to carefully craft this with consideration of today's conversation. So some changes may come, some may not. I would even say with considerations, in my opinion, what that means is we may have given you 2 different options, and you might bring us back motions right away to vote on. We heard this. We heard the mayor might be interested in a trailer not being attached. This councillor wouldn't. Here are your 2 options to do with that, and here's why. And then that could be quick motions that we could do as part of second reading of the bylaw. So that's why I would like to craft it that way, that we would direct it to come back to council with consideration of today's conversation. So to our CAO and to Ledge Services, my questions are, for the first 2 action items, do we feel that there's a motion from council needed for Councillor Sambo and for the mayor to go away and do that work, or Councillor Sambo will just go away and do that and the mayor will go away and do it? What do you recommend? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I would probably put a motion together.
Okay.
Just to clarify that you're going to go do that work on behalf of council.
Okay. So let's do that. So we'll have the first one. The Governance and Priorities Committee direct Councillor Sambo to follow up with Alberta Munis on the work being done on e-scooters and report back to council and administration. I don't think we're going to timestamp that or clarify what the reporting back is, because I think that could be an email. She could go away, she could email, and then when we get to resolution tracker, when we say it's complete, we could just say this is complete because Councillor Sambo sent an email. Good? So let's not specify, let's leave that open. Okay, lead services, are we good with that wording? Mr. Redney, good with that wording? Okay, would somebody other than Councillor Sambo like to make that motion, because she shouldn't direct herself to go do something? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Yes, I move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct Councillor Sambo to follow up with Alberta municipalities on the work being done on e-scooters and report back to council and administration.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next one, the Governance and Committee direct Mayor Dean to follow up with Alberta administration. Alberta administration. Alberta Transportation, with Alberta Transportation. Mid-sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. Mid-sized Cities Mayor's Caucus. And Regional Roundtable on e-scooter programs. And report back to council and administration. Lead services, wording. CAO, council. Thank you. Can I have a councillor mix following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct Mayor Dean to follow up with the Alberta Transportation Mid-sized City Mayor's Caucus and Regional Roundtable on e-scooter program and report back to council and administration.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the final one would be Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to come back to council with considerations for the discussion. Come back to council for first reading of bylaw. Sorry, I just gotta grab the number. 003-26. Thank you. With considerations of the discussion during the June 16, 2026 government. Good. Good. We've already got it tentatively scheduled, but I wonder if this might affect that scheduling. So I'd like to not timestamp it and then let us during agenda prep take care of that. Yes? Good? Good. That way we can communicate and we can really figure out how much that might actually take and just do it as part of the agenda prep process.
We're going to have to do a lot of information exchanging.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let's just do that as part of agenda prep process. Okay. Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
So move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to come back to council for first reading of bylaw number 003-26, being the Transportation System Management Bylaw, with considerations of the discussion during the June 16, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:16. We'll do the Project Forest presentation first, and then we have another bylaw after that. Thanks, everybody. Oh, sorry, Josh. Sorry, Josh. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and we're now going to move to our next scheduled public presentation. This is the public forest presentation being presented by Minister Mike Toffin, Executive Director of Project Forest. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I got attacked by a little bit of soap in the bathroom. It's like, oh, perfect timing. Right on. Thanks for having me today. I'm excited to present Project Forest to Council in the City of Chestermere. We've been working with a number of folks on council for a couple of years to identify what might be a Project Forest area. So I'm going to introduce you to Project Forest through some stories, through some previous examples, and then of course open up for any questions you might have. But before I get started, I want to make sure I take a moment to acknowledge this afternoon that we're on Treaty 7 territory, the traditional home of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Tsuut'ina Nation, Stoney Nakoda, and the Métis Nation of Alberta. As the Executive Director of Project Forest, it's really been my honor to work, learn, and grow with the people that have called these lands home since time immemorial. I was lucky enough a couple of years ago, I heard a presentation from a woman named Annie Corver, and the whole talk was, what should an Indigenous acknowledgement be? She said there's three things. Number one, do your research and know where you're working. Number two, have a reflection. And number three, have an action plan. My reflection when I do my acknowledgement is to read a passage from a book named Braided Sweetgrass, which, when I finished it, we actually changed all the corporate core values of Project Forest. So I'll share this passage today to set us off in a good way. The moral covenant of reciprocity calls us to honor our responsibilities for all that we've been given, for all that we have taken. It's our turn now, long overdue. Let us hold a giveaway for Mother Earth, spread our blankets out for her, and pile them high with gifts of her own making. Imagine the books, the paintings, the poems, the clever machines, the compassionate acts, the transcendent ideas, the perfect tools. The fierce defense of all that has been given. Gifts of mind, hands, heart, voice, and vision, all offered up on behalf of the earth. Whatever our gift, we're called to give it and to dance for the renewal of the world. In return for the privilege of breath. And when it comes to an action plan, this year when I have an opportunity to talk to folks like yourself, I encourage everybody to take a moment, reflect, and try and make your acknowledgement your own when you have an opportunity to give one. It hits home in a much more deeper way and stands out with good positive steps forward. Thanks, everybody. For those of you who have never heard of Project Forest, I would like to share a little story that one of our partners, the Alberta Motor Association, has done. They've been a partner of ours for a number of years now to celebrate their 100th anniversary in Alberta. Today, we actually just started planting their final 11,000 seedlings of 200,000, which we started a number of years ago. They've made this video to share with their staff and their community and their membership to really highlight what we're doing and why it's important to them as an organization. So Josh, if you could start the video, please. Single person, not just in Alberta, but on this planet, has a connection with a tree. And that why is something I'm going to be exploring for the rest of my career.
Okay, start at the beginning of it.
I was the general manager of reclamation and forestry at a company called Tree Time Services. That particular group that I was leading does reclamation work, the environmental liability and reclamation requirements of industry across Western Canada.
But something kept popping up.
We kept getting calls saying, hey Mike, I want to buy some trees and plant them somewhere, do something good.
So you planted some trees.
You can't just go around guerrilla planting trees wherever you'd like. That's against the law.
Did not know that.
And I need to follow those rules and regulations to do things ethically and responsibly. We didn't have a good solution to that particular problem.
But an idea was planted.
What if we create a bunch of forests and have partners contribute to planting trees?
The idea germinated.
Project Forest is a non-profit group that works with the Canadian business community to rewild the Canadian landscape one forest at a time.
So you're planting trees.
Well, we don't just plant trees. It's a very involved process.
Okay, the floor is yours.
When we're targeting land, it's essential to be targeting what we would classify as non-productive agricultural land. And there's a ton of land out there that's been cleared inappropriately and sitting stagnant. So how do we identify places like that? We partner up with conservation groups and Indigenous communities. the first time I show up onto a piece of land, I walk through it, I kind of try and get the vibe for it. Every site has its own story, every land has its own story. We come up with a list of 10 species, 12 species for a 100,000 tree project. Procure the seed, produce the plants, do any mechanical site prep that needs to happen before the trees are planted. Then finally,
We are planting trees.
we're about creating forests.
Right, you said that.
When we rewild the land, we are trying to build a structure of plants that work together to create maximum ecological benefit. We're creating forests so that the critters have a home, the birds have more food, and that you, me, our grandkids, and our grandkids' grandkids have a forest they can go and enjoy for generations to come. The other group of communities that are really important to Project Forest are the Indigenous communities across Western Canada. We really need to learn what are the important species to that group of people. Which species are considered important from a food, medicinal, and cultural perspective. We want to reintroduce traditional foods back onto the landscape. And then as these areas transition from field to forest, reestablish traditional land use opportunities for the people that call these lands home.
Okay, we are in. We'd like to buy some forest, please.
2026, it's AMA's 100th anniversary in Alberta, and AMA is going to rewild 100 hectares to celebrate that anniversary. That will mean 200,000 trees. Will by far be the largest single corporate contributor to rewilding with Project Forest. This is a relationship-driven organization. The name Project Forest is really important to us because it talks about community, and a community of trees is a forest, and we're trying to create a community of environmentally responsible businesses coming together to make positive impact. We can't do this work alone. Community is everything.
Couldn't agree more. Proud to be part of it. Because we're driven by purpose.
I like to joke at the end of that video. The guy said stand like this in a boss pose, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I reflect on that moment every time I get to watch that video again. We recently celebrated a pretty big milestone at Project Forest. We're a not-for-profit organization, and this spring we planted our 1 millionth seedling. So we've been around for a while now, and we've had impact across Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC, rewilding over 500 hectares of land, which is equivalent to over 750 football fields. This is our project distribution. Our first project in Quebec actually got planted this spring, which is pretty neat as we continue to have a distribution, and we're looking forward to putting more pins on that map as we continue to grow. I wanted to share another video. First of all, you guys don't want to listen to me talk for the full 30 minutes. We have better stories to share. But when we started back in 2020, our very first project with any First Nation was with Swan River First Nation, which is on the south shore of Lesser Slave Lake. And I think this is an important story to share because I know the city of Chestermere does have a strong relationship with Siksika, which I'll share shortly because we're actually doing one of our largest projects with them right now. But this video is kind of the foundation that set everything up for Project Forest. It really spoke to the community with respect to what we were doing, where we were doing, and why. And it was also the baseline with respect to planting a diverse amount of species. You'll meet Councillor Dustin Twin here shortly. And when we started working with Swan River, he said, Mike, there's 3 things that I would like you to do. Number 1, find a way to reintroduce traditional foods back onto the landscape. And of those million seedlings that we planted over the last 5 years, I'm even prouder to say it consists of over 40 different species. And that's really an example of us being able to do what we say what we do, and prove it. Number 2 is Dustin asked me to find a way to reestablish traditional land use opportunities for his community members. And as these seedlings transition from tree, from seedling to shrub, and start bearing fruit, those opportunities will start to organically present themselves. And the third thing is he's like, Mike, let everybody know we are the first ones, but we're a relatively small nation. We have an opportunity to have big impact. So share the story with who will ever listen. And when I get an opportunity to share with council today, that's an opportunity of me fulfilling that commitment I made back in 2021, which is pretty cool. So here's a quick 2-minute video about that particular project. Can't see the forest for the trees? The expression says a lot about the lack of perspective that has led to so many economic, social, and environmental problems for us all. Project Forest is working to change that. We're planting trees along with food-bearing and medicinal plants to restore damaged lands, bring back the forests, and everything they offer. Our partnership with Swan River First Nation is just one example.
Swan River First Nation land once supported a rich, productive ecosystem. But the Canadian government discouraged our traditions and incentivized clearing forested areas for commercial use, creating stagnant land with no benefit to us. Combined with the residential school system, which set out to destroy our culture and enforce assimilation and condition our people to live in fear, this led to further destruction of our land and communities. It was a clear case of colonists not seeing the forest for, well, you know. But we've been on a path of self-healing, which includes working with Project Forest to plant over 69,000 seedlings and restore 34 hectares of our non-productive agricultural land. As the land transitions back into a productive forest, it will become home to countless species of flora and fauna, each of which is a big part of our survival, both as a people and as a culture. And it has all been done at no cost to us and in full partnership with the nation.
At Project Forest, we know that reconciliation, ecological and social, can only move forward ethically and honestly with the full involvement of the people who call this land home.
And we are real partners in this. Our nation shared our culture and history, and Project Forest shared their expertise in silviculture and ecosystem rehabilitation. Together, we're growing a permanent forest that will improve air and water, restore animal habitat, capture carbon, and reintroduce our natural foods and medicines. The trees are both symbolically and practically part of taking care of ourselves and our traditional lands, because we know that everything is connected, and in this connection there is healing for our land and our people.
Project Forest wants to work with you, just like we've done with Swan River First Nation. Join our community of companies, landowners, conservation groups, and First Nations as we grow forests that you can actually see. And that's kind of how it all started. I was lucky enough during COVID times to get onto a webinar, and Dustin joined us along with the IKEA Canada, who was a big partner on that particular project. And I asked Dustin what success means to him. Myself, I'm a forester by training. I know there's some engineers on council. Success normally means a legislated standard, a certain height, some sort of metric that we can measure. When I asked Dustin what success meant to him, it gave me goosebumps, and it's a quote I'm happy to share with you because it'll have some impact for community members here in Chestermere. Success to me means taking my grandkids and great-grandkids to the forest we're planting with Project Forest. We'll walk on a trail, sit with our ancestors' spirits, and pick berries. It's a feeling of security, of knowing my family can take care of themselves. I love that the people at Project Forest are willing to do things that will benefit future generations. And last May, I was able to go visit the site. This is a 3-year-old tamarack tree, already taller than us. I know I'm in Flames territory, but we were certainly wearing our Oilers hats, and that was Oilers in 7 for round 2 when we got that one done. But what's really fun is the fact that those trees blew me away. 3 short growing seasons later, we did it the right way, and the tamarack were literally taller than us, which was pretty special. A couple more photos. The one there on the left, that's actually a white birch, and then you can see Dustin holding another one of those tamarack. And then just an overall screenshot of what that forest looked like. In the video you saw, it was a field of Canada thistle. The first time I drove through it, I thought I was going to scratch my truck. And to see it come back and look like this after 3 years, it was a surprising and a really rewarding May afternoon. When we do our work, it's really important to introduce it to folks like yourselves in the right way. We're not looking to plant monocultures, and we're not looking to maximize carbon sequestration. Project Forest doesn't sell carbon credits. We'll always do the carbon math, but we really believe carbon sequestration is a result of doing rewilding the right way, and it's never our number one objective. We're looking for forests that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, not the right hand. If we wanted to maximize carbon production, I'd have 1 million trees in the ground, but only 2 species, and that wouldn't meet any of our objectives. As mentioned a little bit earlier, we're doing our largest project of our organization's history with Siksika. We're planting 1 million trees throughout their nation by 2030. Year 1, we had 135,000 seedlings planted. This year, a little bit over 201,000, and I have 220,000 in the nursery right now for spring 27, en route to that 1 million. This is a pretty special project to us for a whole lot of reasons, and the CBC actually picked up on it. And I wanted to share what we're doing literally in your guys' backyard with, I know, a nation of interest, and you guys have a strong relationship with them. These are the types of relationships that we've been able to do. And also, it's not just about making the world a better place. This video really highlights the example of how we can improve people's lives simply by planting trees.
The nation in southern Alberta say it's getting windier.
Living in a valley, you can get those extreme winds, especially when it's coming down a hill. And we have a lot of roads that are going up hills and down hills.
They're seeing the impact of climate change on the landscape.
It never used to get this windy. And a few years ago, we had a windstorm that took the rooftops off some houses on the east end.
Now the community is turning to a century-old farming practice to combat this new challenge. Soon this bare prairie landscape will include rows of trees, otherwise known as shelter belts. The plants serve as natural wind barriers, shielding homes, livestock, and people from bitter prairie winds. Shelter belts aren't new to Alberta. In 1903, the federal government launched a national shelter belt program as part of its bid to attract farmers to the prairies.
A landowner can just ask for some free trees and they would come back and plant them, and they would really increase that kind of land cover.
Over 1 billion seedlings were handed out before the program ended in 2013. Even though the program didn't explicitly exclude First Nations, a technicality prevented farmers living on reserve from receiving free trees.
Because they didn't own it the same way, you couldn't say, this is my township and range and my address, please send the trees to this area, and then you'd go to town and pick them up and plant them on your land.
Now, more than 100 years after the program started, that's something that Siksika is changing. The First Nation is planting rows and rows of trees with the help of Edmonton-based nonprofit Project Forest. Together, they decided on 14 species of trees that will survive the area's conditions.
We picked to plant hundreds of thousands of Okanese poplar at our Siksika Nation Community Shelter Belt project because of all the poplars out there, this performs the best in full sunlight, lots of heat, and limited amounts of moisture.
But the reality is, not all the trees planted will take root.
Siksika has tried to grow trees before, and sometimes not super successfully because it's a very challenging climate.
Next year, these seedlings will be planted in Siksika Nation. Right now, they're small, but in about 10 years, they could look as big as the shelter belts at the University of Saskatchewan School of Agriculture.
This is a nice long shelter belt, double rows of Siberian elm, a tree species that they brought from Europe that came over and fit well into this prairie climate.
And match the increasingly hot and dry conditions climate change is bringing to the prairies. In addition to blocking wind, they trap